Living with My Tsundere British Stepsister. Volume 2. By Neko Kuro. Translated by Vampire A. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Sophia's point of view. To me, baseball is something special. It was something my beloved father played, and I was greatly influenced by it from a young age. When I came to Japan at the age of 5, I grew up watching the Koshien tournaments held every spring and summer. According to my father, in Japan, standing on the stage of Koshien seems to be the big goal for kids who play baseball. From a young age, they pour all their youth into baseball, and only those who make it through can stand on that stage. The energy of the players, the cheerleaders, and the spectators is incredible. It really is something special. Naturally, as someone who loved baseball, I longed for the stage of Koshien. But I gave up on it right away. Not only was it impossible for me to become a player, but being a manager was out of the question too, since I was never good at socializing. So, I chose to experience the stage of Koshien as one of the cheerleaders. Though, deep down, I really did want to be a manager. Chapter 1. The British Stepsister Wants to Be Together. Well then, I'm off. Shirakawa-kun. Wait a moment. The day after I went to the amusement park with Sophia. As I was about to head off for morning practice as usual, Sophia stopped me at the front door. Unusually for this time of day, she had already changed into her school uniform, and for some reason, she had both hands clasped behind her back. What's wrong? Sophia wouldn't meet my gaze, fidgeting restlessly. Her cheeks were faintly tinged with red, and something about her behavior seemed off. Do you have a fever or something? Barker. When I showed concern, she pursed her lips slightly in displeasure and muttered something under her breath. It sounded like she mumbled something in English, so I couldn't catch it clearly, but judging by her attitude, it was probably an insult. Were you upset about something? It was just your imagination. Sophia responded curtly, as if nothing had happened, and began putting on her shoes. Her cheeks were still faintly red. What? Are you heading out too, Sophia? Unlike me, who had morning practice, she usually left at a later time. Even if she had morning duties. This seemed way too early. Well, yes. I thought I might be able to study more efficiently at school. Now that I think about it. She usually studies even after breakfast until it's time to leave for school. She really works hard. But wait, doesn't this mean we'll be heading to school together? Is she okay with that? What are you waiting for? If we don't hurry, we'll miss the train. As I kept staring at her, Sophia hurriedly urged me. Should I apologize for staring? As I pondered that, Sophia glanced at my face. Our eyes met, but she immediately looked away. However, she kept sneaking glances at me, stealing quick, repeated looks as if checking my reaction. Should I say something? Here. As I hesitated, Sophia suddenly held out her hand in front of me. There was something in her hand. A bento. I recognized it right away. But I had no idea why Sophia was offering it to me. You can eat it. For lunch. Noticing my confusion, Sophia added quietly, turning her face away once again. But that's not what I want to know. But why did you do this again? I understood that it was a thank you gift last time, but I couldn't think of any reason why she'd make me another lunch, so I ended up asking her. From now on, I'll make lunch every day. That way, you'll have more time for your practice during lunch break, okay? I was expecting her to start ranting in English again, but surprisingly, Sophia calmly explained her reasoning. Well, maybe calmly isn't quite right. She still had her face turned away, and she was fidgeting with her hair, clearly restless. That's thoughtful of you, but won't it be hard on you? Sophia stayed up late every night studying. Making lunch on top of that would surely cut into her sleep time. I appreciated her kindness, but I didn't want to be a burden on her. In exchange, I have a favor to ask. Unlike her usual tough demeanor, Sophia nervously rubbed her index fingers together and looked up at me with upturned eyes. It was incredibly rare for her to act like this. At the very least, this was a side of Sophia she never would have shown back when we first met. A request. With her going out of her way to make me lunch and sneaking glances at my expression like this, I asked cautiously, feeling a little on guard. I couldn't shake the feeling that she might ask for something outrageous. From now on, I want you to pick me up after cram school on weekdays, Kuudere Kuen. Contrary to my expectations, Sophia's request was 10 times gentler than I had imagined. Jessica-san had already returned from her trip, so starting today, she was supposed to resume picking Sophia up by car as usual. But rather than returning to that arrangement, it seemed Sophia wanted me to continue picking her up instead. She was probably trying to avoid putting more burden on Jessica-san. While I felt happy that Sophia was honestly relying on me, there was something else that bothered me more. Just now, did she almost call me Kento? It sounded to me like she almost called me by my first name, and that really caught my attention. After all, she had insisted that I call her Sophia by name, yet she still referred to me as Shirakawa-kun. Normally, I'd expect her to change the way she addresses me too, but I couldn't bring myself to point it out. Because, while I already knew Sophia was kind at heart and we'd grown closer over the past few days, I still hadn't fully figured out what might set her off. There was always that lingering impression that she could be difficult to deal with at times. Simply put, we had only just started becoming friends. Even if she had only started just seeing me in a positive light, our relationship was still fragile. One careless remark could break the trust we'd begun to build. I absolutely wanted to avoid making any blunder that might cause her to dislike me again, especially now that things were going well. So, I couldn't afford to act recklessly. I guess it does make more sense for me to swing by and pick you up on my way home rather than having Jessica-san go out of her way to do it. Deciding it was best not to mention her choice of words, I chose instead to focus on her request. In my case, even if I picked up Sophia after my club activities, it would only take a bit of travel and a short wait. The cram school was about a 15-minute walk from the station, so if I thought of it as a quick stop on my way home, it wasn't much of a burden. However, Jessica-san had to drive all the way from home to pick Sophia up, which required a significant amount of time and effort. Furthermore, she must have already been tired from work, so I completely understood Sophia's desire to let her mother relax at home. Why yeah, I thought it'd be better to ask you instead of having Mom go out of her way to pick me up. Sophia nodded eagerly, perhaps happy that I had understood her feelings. As I thought, she really cared about our mother, and that warmth filled my chest. Not to mention, the fact that she asked me to pick her up instead of walking home alone probably meant she was scared of the dark streets at night. There were times when, while walking home together, she would grab the sleeve of my shirt. And she had been overly terrified of the haunted house at the amusement park. Also, with how beautiful she is, she could easily become a target for stalkers. That was likely why Jessica-san had gone out of her way to pick her up all this time. Of course, I'm fine with it. Should I contact Jessica-san for you? There was no way I would refuse when Sophia had reached out to me, so I readily agreed. I offered to be the one to contact Jessica-san because I figured if Sophia told her, Jessica-san might feel like she was imposing on me. It would probably be easier for Jessica-san to accept if the suggestion came directly from me. At least, that's what I thought, but I've already told my mom that she doesn't need to pick me up on weekdays starting today. It seemed she had already taken care of it. Well, it was probably not so much that she wanted to make it harder for me to refuse, but more that she trusted I wouldn't turn her down. After all, I'd already been picking her up from cram school before. I see. That's good, then. You're not going to complain? Did she think I was narrow-minded? I wouldn't complain about something like this. In fact, I'm happy that you trust me. I honestly expressed what I was feeling. Upon hearing that, Sophia let out a small chuckle. Why are you laughing? I couldn't understand her reaction, so I immediately prodded her. I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just that. I was thinking, Shirakawa-kun, you have that side to you. It was as if the nervousness and uncertainty she had been showing earlier were a lie, as she let out a warm sigh and gave me an adorable smile. For a moment, I found myself completely captivated by her beautiful, happy smile. But I quickly snapped out of it, hastily opening my mouth before she could notice I had been staring. What do you mean by that side? I don't really know how to explain it, but to put it simply, you're broad-minded. Sophia placed her hand on her chin, thinking, and tilted her head as she answered. It seemed like she had the complete opposite impression of me than what I had imagined. However, why does it sound like a question? I noticed her tone rising at the end, which made me wonder why she didn't speak more decisively. It's just that I was wondering if that was the most fitting description. I don't mean anything else by it. For a moment, I thought she might be teasing me, but it seemed like Sophia had just been unsure. It really felt like her sharp edges had softened. I see. By the way, I don't need the lunch as a thank you for picking you up, you know? It seemed like I had been overthinking things, so I steered the conversation back to the topic at hand. I understood that the lunch was meant as a thank you for picking her up, but I didn't think I deserved anything in return. In fact, I felt happy just being able to walk home with her. Ha! I thought you might say that. However, it seemed my response didn't sit well with Sophia. She let out a sigh. We're equals, right? Ah. Sophia gave me a sly, teasing smile and tilted her head again, and it clicked in my mind what she was trying to say. I couldn't help but stare at her. Then, let me properly thank you. With that, Sophia's teasing grin shifted to a more genuine, joyful smile. It seemed she had already known I wouldn't easily accept the thank you, so she had decided to respond like this. She really was a bit mischievous, wasn't she? Yeah. I'll take you up on that. Thank you, Sophia. Since we were equals, I realized that her point was correct, that it wouldn't feel right if I accepted something unilaterally. So, I decided to accept the lunch from her. Honestly, as siblings, even if it's out of obligation, I think it would be fine for me to do something for her without her needing to give anything in return. But I decided that prioritizing Sophia's feelings here would be the best way to maintain a good relationship. Plus, her cooking is really good, so the idea of getting it every day makes me genuinely happy. I've made sure the nutritional balance is good, so don't worry. As expected of you. Though she had earned a reputation for being cold to others, the truth was that Sophia was someone who could act with others' well-being in mind. I thought she would surely make a wonderful wife someday. Though, whether someone worthy of her would come along was another question. After that, we continued chatting and headed towards school. Section. Lunch break. Kento, let's go to the cafeteria already. The moment class ended, Shouter came over to my desk. Sorry, I've got a bento today. Actually, I'm planning to bring lunch from now on. We usually ate together, so I felt a bit bad as I turned him down. The cafeteria was always filled with other club members during lunch, so it wouldn't be an issue if I wasn't there. Seriously? You did this last time too. But hey, why not bring your bento and eat at the cafeteria? I already told you before, it's too crowded, and I don't want to take up a seat. Bringing a bento to the cafeteria wasn't against the rules, but it didn't feel right to take up a seat when I could easily eat elsewhere, especially when space was limited. Besides, I'd rather make good use of my time. Right. Well, I'm starving, so I'll go with the others. Shouter, clearly hungry, left the classroom with the other club members as soon as he realized I wouldn't be joining. Times like this are amusing. Despite being in the same class with the same destination, most people stick to their club groups when moving around together. I guess it's just easier to be with people you already spend a lot of time with, or maybe it just feels natural to do so. Shirakowa-kun, if you've got a lunchbox, wanna join us? As I took out my lunchbox and stood up, a group of volleyball club girls, who had already pushed their desks together, called out to me. They were all grinning mischievously. Clearly, they were just teasing. Spare me. That'd be way too awkward. Being the only guy eating in the middle of a group of girls. That's like walking into a lion's den. Some people might not mind, but there's no way I could handle that. Haha, right? We wouldn't care, though. Besides, we want to hear more about Frost-san. Yeah, it's super intriguing, isn't it? The girls from the sports course were, as always, full of energy. They didn't shy away from talking to guys, and they were never hesitant to strike up conversations like this. Of course, it depends on the person itself, but aside from volleyball, the hard and soft tennis teams, badminton, and basketball members are all generally very cheerful. Excluding a figure skating girl, who only shows up at school occasionally and gives off a quieter impression, The girls from the sports course are way too energetic for me to handle. They aren't bad people, so there's no concern about them bullying Sophia like the gals from the general course do. There's nothing interesting to tell. That was all I said before grabbing my lunch and leaving the classroom to avoid getting caught in the conversation. Looks like he got away, right? Shirakawa-kun may seem easygoing, but he's got a pretty solid guard. Still, he's way better than Kurogane-kun. Kurogane-kun is scary. Shirakawa-kun, on the other hand, is kind, tall, calm, and quietly considerate. But I feel like he draws some kind of line. And he seems sharp, too. Speaking of which, Kurogane-kun seems overwhelmingly popular in the other courses, but for us, Shirakawa-kun is way better, right? No comparison, really. But lately, it seems like even the girls from other courses are starting to notice how great Shirakawa-kun is. His fan base is slowly growing, you know? That's a problem. We already have a formidable rival in Kuudere-san, the baseball team manager, and now another strong contender in Frost-san just showed up. I'm not sure about Kuudere-senpai since they're just in the same club, but Frost-san lives with Shirakawa-kun. She'll definitely notice all his good points. I mean, if Frost-san actually decides to go for it, we don't stand a chance, do we? For a brief moment, I felt a dark, dejected aura creeping up from behind me. But was it just my imagination? I turned around, but there wasn't anyone standing there. What was that strange feeling just now? Even though it nagged at me, I couldn't afford to waste any more time. I headed to the clubroom to grab a practice bat and made my way to the usual spot behind the school building. And when I arrived behind the school, "Oh, you're here." Someone was already there. The moment she saw me, she started fiddling nervously with her hair, unable to stay calm. "Sophia, you're here." I hadn't expected to see her there, so my voice came out hesitant as I called out to her. That didn't seem to be the right thing to say, as Sophia began to shift her gaze around restlessly, looking visibly anxious. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on the food. It's not like I wanted to eat together or anything, Sophia. She rattled off in English, which was a clear sign that she was flustered. It was a habit of hers that only came out when she was really shaken. I must have asked a bit too insensitively. "You're slipping into English again. Take a deep breath and calm down." I softened my voice and put on a gentle smile, hoping to help her relax. "Oh, I'm sorry." Sophia quickly came to her senses, turning her face away in embarrassment. I knew she didn't mean any harm, so I had no intention of scolding her. "We shouldn't waste time. Let's eat." She was holding a bento box in her hands, making it clear she had intended to eat here. Since she already knew that I often ate or practiced my swings behind the school, she'd probably come here hoping we could eat together. Even though she had left the house early to study, she had still walked to school with me this morning. Maybe this was her way of staying close, not just as someone living under the same roof, but as family. You don't mind eating together, right, Shirakawa-kun?" "Of course I don't mind," I replied immediately with a smile. There was no way I could dislike it. If anything, I was happy. "I see. That's a relief." Sophia let out a soft sigh of relief, placing a hand on her chest as if to calm herself. However, when she realized I was watching her, she panicked slightly and spoke again. I was just curious about your thoughts on my cooking." "Well, I actually came because I wanted to eat together." The moment of happiness vanished in an instant. Apparently, she really had come just to hear my feedback on her cooking. I couldn't quite catch the English part, but realizing I had misunderstood and gotten excited over nothing made me feel a little embarrassed. Thank goodness I didn't say anything out loud. "You don't need to worry. Your cooking is always amazing, Sophia." I smiled warmly at my overly concerned little sister, who had gone out of her way to come all the way here just to hear my feedback. This wasn't flattery. Every dish Sophia made was genuinely delicious. Knowing her, she was probably spending even her lunch break studying. I wished she would just eat her lunch in the classroom without worrying about me. That was the thought behind my words. But then, for some reason, Sophia's face turned bright red, and she started squirming in embarrassment. "Ha! Why you re so unfair?" Saying something that sweet with such a wonderful smile out of nowhere. How am I supposed to handle that? I need to mentally prepare myself for things like that. I had no idea what I did wrong, but Sophia was rambling at an incredible speed. The only word I managed to catch was smile, but the rest flew right over my head. From the looks of it, though, she seemed really upset. Did I say something to make you mad? Ah. Sophia's eyes widened slightly, and she bit her lip as if she realized something. When I asked, Sophia seemed to snap back to reality and gasped softly. Then, she clutched her head in her hands. Ah, I messed up again. Why do I always do this? With her back turned to me, she muttered something in English under her breath. From the looks of it, she seemed to be regretting something. Let's eat. No point wasting time. Since she didn't seem to have any ill intentions, I decided to change the mood by gently urging her. I'm sorry. Muttering an apology, Sophia sat down next to me, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The fact that she came to sit next to me so naturally made me happy, and I found myself not caring at all about the little things that had happened earlier. Don't worry about it. After all, I was starting to get used to Sophia acting a little strange every now and then. The truth is, Sophia acting strangely isn't that unusual anymore. Especially over the past few days, the frequency of these moments has increased, but as long as a few words can bring her back to normal, I don't see it as a problem. After that, the two of us ate the bento Sophia had prepared while chatting. The sports festival? I hope I get picked for an easy event. As I savored the delicious food, we ended up talking about the upcoming sports festival. Even though we have the prefectural tournament coming up, the school sports festival is just around the corner, too. I'd prefer to focus on the tournament, and I definitely don't want to risk getting injured, so I'd rather choose an event with minimal strain. Though, of course, everyone thinks the same way, so getting into those events can be tricky. I'd prefer an easy event too. How are you with sports, Sophia? From what I saw during our game of catch, she doesn't seem like she has bad reflexes. But she also doesn't come across as someone who actively participates in sports, so I'm curious how she really feels about it. I'm not trying to brag, but I'd say I'm pretty good at it. Back in middle school, I had the best results in the physical fitness test among all the girls. Sophia said this in a matter-of-fact tone with a composed expression. She wasn't boasting, it was likely the truth. A girl who was not only smart and incredibly beautiful but also good at sports. A true example of someone who excelled in both academics and athletics. Truly unfair. Then, wouldn't your classmates want you to participate more actively? The special admission students all hate the sports festival, so they don't care about winning. Besides, the sports course will win anyway. Sophia's point wasn't wrong. As the name suggested, the sports course was made up of students who were there for sports. Naturally, those with better athletic abilities would gravitate there, and in an event like the sports festival, they would dominate. Given that, it made sense that students from other courses might not feel very motivated to compete. Plus, there's no one who would ask me to join, Sophia said with a self-deprecating smile. Since becoming family, our relationship had grown closer, but her situation at school hadn't changed. She still seemed to stand out in a way that made her distant from others. She had an image of being solitary, and it seemed like her classmates were still afraid of her. Don't you ever try to get along with others? I don't mind being alone. Sophia turned her gaze away awkwardly, beginning to fiddle with her hair. A while ago, I probably would have believed this was her true feeling. But now, knowing the kind-hearted person she was, it didn't seem like her real thoughts. I had always thought something might have happened in her past, and now I was starting to think that perhaps Sophia pushed others away as a form of self-defense. Perhaps, like the girls from the other day, she had been bullied or harassed in the past. And as a defense mechanism, she had grown cold, only to have that coldness become her image, making it difficult for her to set boundaries with others. Thinking back, it made sense why she had been so cold to me when we first met. She had probably mistaken me for someone like those girls back then, just based on my appearance. I was glad that the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Well, you don't have to be so scared. I'm here now, so maybe you should try getting along with others. If anything happens, I'll handle it. I must have reached that conclusion on my own without really talking it through with her. I had stepped into territory I probably shouldn't have, and Sophia looked at me in surprise, as though she wasn't expecting that from me. No. Sorry, I said something weird. I quickly apologized before she could say anything, realizing what I had done. However, Sophia didn't respond to my apology. Instead, she silently continued eating her lunch, looking down at her food. Did I upset her? In the awkward silence that followed, I continued eating my lunch as well, but then I heard her mutter something softly. I knew it. You really are something, Shirakowa-kun. As I sat in the awkward silence, eating my own lunch, Sophia mumbled something under her breath. When I glanced her way, it seemed like she had just looked up at me, and our eyes met perfectly. But she quickly looked away. What should I do? Having little experience with situations like this with girls, I had no idea what the right thing to do was. Maybe it would help if I could say something thoughtful right now. If I end up causing trouble with others, it would be a hassle for you, wouldn't it, Shirakowa-kun? While I was lost in thought, Sophia asked me, as if checking my reaction. She had broken the heavy atmosphere herself, so I appreciated that and decided to speak up. Of course, I'd rather not have any trouble, but that's a given. Everyone would naturally want to avoid conflict if possible. But sometimes, it can't be avoided. And when something happens to you, I'd prefer you didn't try to handle it alone. I'd be happy if you relied on me, and I'll never think it's a bother, so I want you to rely on me. When people try to handle things alone to avoid troubling others, it can sometimes backfire and make things worse. Actually, it happens sometimes even in the baseball club. There are things you can only notice from the outside, or people around you can see things more calmly, so, at the very least, I'd want you to ask for help. I wasn't the type of person to think being relied on was a burden or a hassle, so my intentions weren't that selfish. That's unfair. To be able to say such things so casually. For some reason, Sophia turned her face away. She's been doing that a lot lately. But I don't think she dislikes me, right? What would you do if I really brought trouble every time? That's an extreme example. But with Sophia, it's not impossible. She tends to stand out, for better or worse. There are probably others who've taken notice of her, just like those girls from before, and it's possible that a lot of people don't like her cold demeanor. As she tries to get along with others, there's a chance that some might try to make things difficult for her. You don't need to hold back. After all, I'm your brother, and there's no need to be distant between family. When I answered with a smile, I heard Sophia gasp. She still wouldn't face me, but I wondered what kind of expression she was wearing right now. Well, in all seriousness, I'd appreciate it if you relied on me. If some annoying or strange person bothers you, feel free to pass them off to me. Sophia probably only knew how to fight back when people picked on her. Anyone who would go out of their way to provoke someone like her was clearly trying to get a rise out of her, so just responding would probably only give them what they wanted. Especially since she doesn't ask for help from others, it might be better for her to just pass the issue to me. At the very least, I'm more used to dealing with those kinds of people. Aren't I? Being spoiled too much. Sophia, having apparently taken my words in a different way, glanced at me from below, asking with a sideways glance. I was drawn to her gaze, but I made sure to keep my face neutral as I spoke. This wouldn't be spoiling, right? Asking for help when you're in trouble is normal. I see. Thanks. It seemed she had come to understand, and she thanked me. When she thanked me so sincerely, it made me feel a little awkward. You can save the thanks for when I actually get a chance to help you. As I said that, I closed my lunchbox. Thank you for the meal, it was really delicious. I didn't have the best vocabulary, but today's meal had truly been fantastic. I felt it wasn't fair to have Sophia make me lunch every day, considering how much of a burden it must be, but I couldn't help but feel genuinely happy to have such delicious food every day. It was nothing. Are you going to practice your swings now? Yeah, that's right. You're heading back to class, right? Well, there's nothing to do in the classroom, so I'll watch. I thought she'd return to study in the classroom, but after closing her lunchbox, Sophia sat down and hugged her knees with both hands. It made me a bit embarrassed and nervous to be watched practicing, but I couldn't tell her to leave. If I did, she might think I was rejecting her. So, I kept quiet. I don't think it would be anything interesting to watch. You don't have to worry about that. I won't disturb you either. I think it would be better to go back to the classroom rather than watch someone practice their swings like this. Well, if she decided not to return, there's nothing else for me to say. Having made that decision, I started my swings as usual. For some reason, she was watching me with a smile, seemingly enjoying it. Eventually, the alarm on the phone I had set went off. Shirakawa-kun's form is just like Riley Clark's, isn't it? Sophia, understanding that my swings were finished, spoke up. I was surprised by what she said. How did you know? It would be one thing if he was an active player, but the person she mentioned had passed away when I was 10. If she'd been watching professional baseball since she was little and knew about his achievements, I could understand, but she had said she wasn't interested in baseball. Normally, there's no way she should know. After you mentioned him, I searched for videos related to him and watched them yesterday. Even if she had searched and watched, could she really have figured it out after just one night? No, actually, since she had already deduced that my swing was the same as Clark's, it was probably possible for someone as smart as her. I had always thought she was quite intelligent, but it seemed Sophia's memory was extraordinary. I thought I understood how amazing you were, but... Wow, Sophia, you really are on another level. What? It's nothing to boast about, though. When I sincerely expressed my admiration, Sophia blushed slightly, looking embarrassed, and avoided my gaze while fiddling with her hair. I'd heard you admired him and looked up to him, but to have your batting form be so similar means you really like that player, don't you? As she said this, Sophia gave me a meaningful look. To me, it looked like she was expecting something. Could it be that she actually liked talking about things like this? Well, he was the one who got me into baseball. Becoming a player like him is my goal. So in your eyes, Riley Clark is really that cool? By the time I found out about him, he was already the clean-up hitter on his team, the best batter. He was considered a star player. For me, seeing him for the first time was a shock. If I closed my eyes, I could still remember it. It was the final inning with a 3-run deficit, 2 outs, bases loaded. A situation where it seemed like there was no way out, but also a chance for a comeback. The atmosphere in the stadium was intense, and it was a moment that must have been under intense pressure. At that moment, Clark hit a home run with a single swing, leading his team to victory. When I was young, I didn't fully understand the rules of baseball or the significance of a team's victory, but when I saw him hit the ball into the stands, make a fist pump as he rounded the bases, and get greeted at home plate by his jubilant teammates, I thought he was incredibly cool. Wow. If you liked him that much, don't you have any memories with him? As we headed to the clubroom to return the bat, Sophia dug deeper into Clark's story. I was surprised that she was so interested in this kind of thing, but I recalled the memories from when I was a child. Since he was a pro, I didn't have many opportunities to talk to him. But once, I selfishly asked my dad to take me to the training camp of the team Clark played for. I was able to talk to him a little, but Clark only spoke English, and I couldn't understand a word he was saying. Even as a child, I understood he was a foreigner, but back then, I thought all foreigners could speak Japanese. Especially since Clark was a catcher, which was rare for a foreign player, I thought he might be an exception. Well, it's not uncommon for foreign players to come to Japan with an interpreter, Sophia said with a wry smile as if understanding the situation. From what I heard, it seemed that Clark had a young female interpreter with him. But at the time, I didn't know what an interpreter was, and there was no woman around him who looked like she could have been one. It was probably just bad luck that the interpreter happened to be away at that moment. So, what did you do when you couldn't understand each other? Well, Clark noticed I was having trouble, so instead of words, he picked me up and held me. It was embarrassing, but it made me really happy. And he also gave me a signed ball. It wasn't exactly being held, more like being lifted up in a high sort of way, but at that time, I was in the lower grades of elementary school, so I was embarrassed by the attention. But more than that, I was just happy to be treated like that by the player I admired. Above all, The signed ball was a treasure I would keep for life, and I still proudly display it on my desk. Hee hee. So that's how it was. Sophia, listening to my story, smiled happily, looking very entertained. However, she quickly looked off into the distance with a gaze that seemed to be focused on something far away. That's so like Dad. I wonder if I looked like that to him sometimes. Sophia muttered softly, almost as if she was reminiscing. I couldn't help but become captivated by her. When we were alone, she had started to show softer expressions from time to time, but this look was even gentler than any I'd seen before. What could she be seeing in her eyes right now? It almost felt like there was still a side of Sophia that I didn't know yet. I couldn't help but think that it would be nice if one day I could come to understand that side of her as well. As I thought this, I continued to watch her profile. Chapter 2. The British Stepsister Wants to Be a Manager. Kento-kun, Kento-kun, could I have a moment? One day, just as I stepped out of the bath, Jessica-san stopped me. It was rare for her to call out to me like this, so I instinctively braced myself. Yes, is something wrong? It might be bad if Sophia finds us, so could you come over here? Jessica-san gestured for me to follow her. If she didn't want Sophia to hear, then it must be about her. At first, I had only been pretending to get along with Sophia, but over the past few days, I had been able to interact with her as if we were genuinely close. There shouldn't have been anything for Jessica-san to worry about. Understood. Since I wouldn't know anything unless I listened, I decided to follow Jessica-san. And the place she led me to was her and my father's bedroom. I hesitated to step into such a private space. My father seemed to be in the living room, but I couldn't help but wonder if I would get scolded later. You don't have to be so tense. I'm not going to eat you or anything. Jessica-san laughed as she reassured me, but of course, that wasn't what I was worried about. I was simply hesitant to step into the bedroom of my newlywed father and Jessica-san. All right, excuse me. Even though I hesitated, making a big deal out of it and letting Jessica-san notice would be troublesome in its own way. So, I made up my mind and stepped inside. Take a seat over there. As soon as I entered the room, she gestured for me to sit in a chair. Following her instructions, I sat down. Jessica-san, meanwhile, sat on the bed and looked at me. Kento-kun, you've been getting along very well with Sophia lately, haven't you? Just as I was bracing myself for whatever she was about to say, she brought up Sophia. Of course, I knew this wasn't the main topic. It was just small talk before getting to the real point. I wouldn't say we're very close, but I do think we get along. She can be a bit distant at times, but she's a kind girl who's considerate of others. Since Sophia and I had a tense relationship when we first met, I thought it would be suspicious if I completely praised her. So, I mixed in a few of her flaws while mentioning her good qualities. To be honest, I was worried about whether you two would get along, so I'm really happy to see you getting closer. And it's all thanks to you, Kento-kun. Jessica-san seemed genuinely pleased, just as her words suggested. She nodded with a warm, cheerful smile. I didn't really do anything. I think it's because of your personality, Kento-kun. That girl came to Japan when she was still young and could only speak English, so she had some unpleasant experiences. It made her more cautious and wary of others. Normally, she wouldn't have opened up to someone this quickly. As I thought, Sophia's past experiences were the reason she had developed such an attitude. Being thrown into an environment where she couldn't communicate at such a young age must have been incredibly tough. Even now, after growing up to some extent, I wouldn't want to be in a place where I couldn't understand the language. That aside, did she just imply that I'm not normal? She does have a strong guard up. Also, her instinct to go on the offensive against people she doesn't like is quite strong. Well, thinking back on it now, that was probably her way of keeping others in check to protect herself. That girl. I'm sure she doesn't have a boyfriend, but I wonder if she has any friends at school. Jessica-san was clearly worried about her daughter. I understood why she would ask me since I knew about her situation at school, but to think that even her own mother was absolutely convinced she didn't have a boyfriend, despite how cute she was. Well, considering her attitude, it would be more surprising if she did have one. Anyway, putting that aside, How was I supposed to answer this? There was no doubt that Sophia didn't have any friends. She herself had even said things that suggested as much. But even if it was the truth, was it really okay to tell her mother that she had no friends? Of course, she has friends. I hesitated for a moment but nodded with a smile. Technically, this wasn't a lie. Since we were talking about school, if I counted myself as her friend, then it wasn't untrue. Okay, maybe it was a bit of a stretch. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. But if possible, I'd like you to help her fit in with those around her. Of course, that's my intention. Is that what you wanted to talk about? As I had discussed with Sophia, if she wanted to get along with others, I was willing to help. That said, it wouldn't be easy unless she was willing to make the effort herself. Even if I created opportunities, if Sophia wasn't interested in making friends, the distance between her and others would remain, and she wouldn't feel good about it either. The first step was to make her feel like she actually wanted to get along with those around her. No, I actually have a different favor to ask. I had assumed that Jessica-san called me here to ask me to help Sophia get along with others, but apparently, that wasn't the case. Well, it's not entirely unrelated, but could you invite her to be the baseball team's manager? What? Her request was so unexpected that I completely froze. Sophia, as the baseball team's manager? Why? I understand why you'd be confused. But please, invite her. Jessica-san lowered her head slightly, her expression serious. She had a playful side and sometimes joked around, but she wasn't saying this as a joke. I mean, why all of a sudden? Could it be that she wanted Sophia to join the club I was in so she could get along with others? But that wouldn't be good for Sophia. Even as a manager, joining our baseball team would mean dealing with long practice hours and a ton of responsibilities. For someone like Sophia, who wants to focus on her studies, it would be a hindrance. I know it's not really my place to say this, but I truly believe that deep down, this is what she wants. That's why I want you to be the one to invite her, Kento-kun. Sophia wants to be the baseball team's manager? That's ridiculous. She said herself that she has no interest in baseball, and she's the kind of person who not only dislikes taking care of others but avoids social interactions altogether. You don't believe me? As if reading my thoughts, Jessica-san tilted her head slightly and looked into my eyes. It's not that I want to doubt you, Jessica-san, but I just can't imagine Sophia wanting to be a baseball team manager. She wakes up early every day just to make my bento, so I guess she does have a caring side. But that doesn't mean she'd want to be a manager, and more importantly, she wouldn't do anything that would interfere with her studies. Besides, if she really wanted to do it, I feel like she'd join on her own. Sophia isn't the type to be timid. If she sets her mind to something, she follows through with strong determination. If she truly wanted to do it, she wouldn't need me to ask, she'd come forward herself, wouldn't she? That girl is a scholarship student, isn't she? She's afraid that if her grades drop, she'll lose her scholarship status. Since I'm also a scholarship student, I understand how strict the system is. Depending on the rank, some students get full tuition exemption, while others receive half, but if they are deemed unqualified to continue, the scholarship is revoked. Naturally, that means losing all the benefits they had, forcing them to pay tuition, or worse, making it impossible for them to stay at the school. In my case, as a sports scholarship student, my status wouldn't be revoked based on competition results. However, if I were to get injured and become unable to play baseball, if I had to retire due to an injury, my scholarship would be taken away. More than that, since I was admitted through baseball, if I were to quit the team for any reason other than injury, I would have to withdraw from school entirely. In Sophia's case, as an academic scholarship student, she likely doesn't face the risk of expulsion, but there must be conditions tied to her test scores and class ranking. Being a baseball team manager is honestly tough. I wouldn't be surprised if Sophia thinks it would be too hard to maintain her scholarship while managing the team. Personally, considering how smart she is, I feel like she could balance both successfully, but I can't say something so irresponsible. She's already pushing herself with her studies, and I don't want her to take on more than she can handle. I don't think she needs to be a scholarship student. Jessica-san? Her unexpected words made me feel uneasy. It almost sounded like she was denying all of Sophia's hard work. Don't get me wrong, okay? I acknowledge how hard she's working, and I'm not dismissing her efforts in studying. I had tried not to let my feelings show, but Jessica-san clearly saw right through me. She made sure to clarify her point. But you see, the reason she works hard in her studies isn't for her future, it's for the scholarship. She didn't want to burden the family, so she became a scholarship student. Jessica-san's words made me think back to the time I talked with Sophia on the bench at the amusement park. She did indeed say that she chose this school out of her own will and that she didn't want to burden her family, which is why she worked so hard to earn a scholarship. I understood her desire not to burden her family, so I could understand why Sophia worked so hard at studying. But from what I heard, it seemed Jessica-san didn't like this. If Sophia was working hard for her future, that would be fine, but it seemed that studying for the sake of the family and neglecting other things was what bothered her. Jessica-san, do you want to make Sophia give up her scholarship? I'm not saying that. It's true that it benefits our family, but if she has something she wants to do, I don't think she needs to sacrifice it just for the scholarship. I don't think it's right to bring up my ex-husband in front of you, but he left us plenty of money, so even if Sophia's tuition becomes an expense, we'll be fine. I want her to do what she loves. Honestly, I don't know much about Sophia's biological father at all. It was clear that Jessica-san had been intentionally avoiding mentioning this topic, likely to be considerate toward me and my father. The fact that she brought it up now was probably to provide a reason that even if Sophia were to lose her scholarship, it wouldn't cause any problems. I wasn't sure if it was from a high-paying job or something like life insurance, but Jessica-san isn't the type of person to lie, so I believe it's probably true. While it's always better if there's no financial burden, it seems she believes there's no need for Sophia to push herself to the point of sacrificing other things. So, does this thing she wants to do mean being the manager for the baseball team? I think so. Jessica-san responded immediately, and I closed my eyes to think. Sophia, with her intelligence, could easily get into the top high schools in the prefecture, yet she chose our school. Given that she had expressed it as selfishness, it's clear that it was her decision. And when I asked her about it, she had avoided the topic, but if the baseball club is involved, it all makes sense. Baseball was something her biological father also seemed to be involved in. Understood. I'll talk to Sophia for now. Given my impression of Sophia until now, this request seemed unbelievable, but since it came from Jessica-san, who knows her well, I couldn't just dismiss it as her overthinking things. I wasn't sure if Sophia would speak honestly, but I had to talk to her first to get a guise of how she felt. Thank you, Kento-kun. I knew you'd say that. Jessica-san smiled gently at me. She was always kind to me, even though I wasn't her biological son, and I wanted to help her. Please don't get your hopes up too much. I had already been brushed off once before, and I felt like the chances of Sophia being open with me were slim. I think you'll be fine. She's opened up to you. I'll do my best. Seeing Jessica-san's happy smile, I could only reply like that. Personally, I was concerned about how Sophia becoming the manager would affect those rules. But this smile was so enchanting that I couldn't bring myself to disappoint her. Ah, by the way, it seems like you've started calling Sophia differently, so you can stop using honorifics with me too. In fact, you can just call me Mom if you want. Just when I thought the conversation was over, I was caught off guard by those words. I froze, not prepared for it, and was left fumbling for an answer, my gaze drifting. To be honest, I wasn't ready to call Jessica-san Mom just yet. I needed a bit more time before I could do that. Ahaha. I'll call you that eventually, I suppose. Hehe, I'm looking forward to it. Jessica-san said that with a soft, kind smile as she gazed at me. Section. Sophia, you free now? After leaving Jessica-san's room, I headed straight for Sophia's room. I thought it would be better not to put this off. What's wrong? It's rare for you to come here. Unlike when we first met, Sophia came out of her room to meet me. For a moment, I was distracted by her cute pink pajamas, but I quickly composed myself, smiling before speaking. I want to talk about something. Is that all right? Yeah, well, if you want to talk, you can come in. It's not every day we get a chance like this, so I'd like to take my time. Sophia blushed slightly, twirling a strand of her hair with her finger as she gave me permission. Though I couldn't catch the English words she muttered afterward, it seemed like she was letting me into her room. Thanks. Sorry to bother you when you're busy. Since I wanted to take my time talking, I accepted Sophia's kindness without hesitation. It seemed like our relationship had really improved, given that she was now letting me into her room like this. Don't worry about it. If it's not a good time, I'll just say so. Does that mean I can continue to approach and talk to her about anything without holding back from now on? You can sit there. She pointed to the bed where she usually slept. Although there was only one chair, I never expected to be allowed to sit on her bed. I had been prepared to sit on the floor. Taking her invitation, I sat on the bed. Then, for some reason, Sophia didn't sit in her chair. Instead, she silently sat down next to me on the bed. Ha! I had expected her to sit in the chair, so I unconsciously blurted out a surprised sound. This is. If we're going to talk, then closer is better, right? Sophia hurriedly tried to explain, but it was so fast in English that I couldn't make out all of it. The one thing I could understand was that she was clearly flustered, to the point where English came out of her mouth. You're speaking in English again. You don't want to sit in the chair. I gently pointed out the chair in front of us, making sure to use soft words so she wouldn't feel defensive. It's just that I think it's better if we talk like this. Realizing what she'd done, Sophia fiddled with her hair using her index finger as she responded. I thought it might actually be better to talk face to face, but I decided not to say that, it would be too awkward. So, what did you want to talk about? It seemed like she was embarrassed about speaking in English just now, so she asked the question with a shy upward glance. Seeing this side of her, vastly different from her usual cool demeanor, made my heart skip a beat. I quickly looked away, trying to gather my thoughts before speaking. Do you want to try being the manager for the baseball club? As soon as I brought up the topic of becoming a manager, I could tell without even looking that she had held her breath for a moment. When I met her gaze again, I saw her wide eyes flickering in surprise as she stared at me. It wasn't surprising. She probably never imagined I would bring up something like this. Why? Sophia asked in a voice that seemed almost forced, as if she was struggling to speak. How should I interpret this reaction? Was she just confused and flustered, or had I hit the mark with my question? At least she didn't seem to be rejecting it outright, so I decided to press a little further. I don't have any hidden agenda. I just want to know how you feel about it. My feelings. Sophia repeated my words quietly, looking down. Her expression clearly showed both confusion and a sense of reluctance, but it also conveyed that she wasn't completely opposed to the idea. It seemed that what Jessica-san had said was true. The indifference she had shown toward baseball up until now was likely a facade to keep me from noticing her true feelings. No wonder she knew about our tournament schedules and my position. I have my studies, so I can't. After a few moments of silence, Sophia slowly opened her mouth, and, almost as if forcing the words out, she expressed her rejection. Her answer, though expected, made it clear that she couldn't disregard her studies. Even though I had anticipated this response, seeing her true feelings laid bare made me realize this wasn't something I could leave as it was. Just like Jessica-san, I saw that Sophia was putting her own desires aside and prioritizing her studies for the sake of her family. If she truly didn't want to, Sophia would have said so clearly, but the fact that she didn't says a lot. I didn't want her to have to suppress her own desires. Whether that was a feeling because I'm her brother, or something more, I wasn't sure, but I knew well enough that Sophia was stubborn. Just because it was something she wanted to do, she wouldn't easily bend or change her mind. The question was how to convince her, or is trying to convince her even enough? I had to think this through. I see. Sorry for asking something strange all of a sudden. Since I didn't have anything to persuade her with, I decided to pull back for the time being. If I pushed too hard, it might only make her more determined to refuse. The timing was crucial here. Fortunately, it seemed like Sophia was still conflicted inside, so I was sure there would be another opportunity. It's not that it's strange, just surprising. Did Mom say something? It wasn't surprising that Sophia arrived at that conclusion. After all, I had never shown much interest in this topic before. Naturally, she'd think it had something to do with Jessica. Jessica-san was worried about whether you had any friends. So, I thought that if you joined the baseball club, I could support you, and that's why I asked. I intentionally omitted the part about knowing Sophia's feelings about being the manager. If she realized that I knew she wanted to be the baseball team's manager, I thought she might stop showing her true feelings altogether. As long as she didn't notice, she wouldn't be on guard, and there might be times when she unconsciously showed her feelings. That could be the opportunity one need to convince her. Mom, you're way too worried. Sophia puffed her lips in a bit of a pout, clearly displeased by the idea of her social circle being questioned. She's a kind person. Plus, it's natural for a mother to worry about her daughter, right? But asking Shirakawa-kun is going too far. Well, since we go to the same school, and I know about your situation, it can't be helped. Since I had brought up Jessica-san, I tried my best to avoid Sophia's frustration being directed at her. If it were Jessica-san, she'd likely handle Sophia well, but it was best to avoid any conflict altogether. Even though we go to the same school, we're in different courses, and the buildings are far apart, so you wouldn't know anything about it, right? Sophia seemed genuinely irritated by me consulting her, and for the first time in a while, I saw her sharp attitude return. She had a point. Even though we were at the same school, the campus was large, and our classrooms were far from each other. Until recently, I'd only ever run into her in the cafeteria, the bookstore, or along the way to class, never in the building. We didn't know what the other person was doing during break times, so I understood her point. During their honeymoon, we made sure to show her that we were close, right? I'm sure, in Jessica-san's mind, she thinks you're confiding in me about all kinds of things. That's why, at the start when I entered the room, she brought up, you two have been getting along very well recently. If you understood my personality, you'd know I wouldn't consult you about friends or whatnot. Well, I guess so. You do have a tendency to try to handle everything on your own. When I deliberately agreed with her, she shot me an incredibly displeased glare. It seems that she wasn't happy about me agreeing with her, even though she was the one who brought it up. You know that what I said is true. I don't like it when Shirakawa-kun says it. It was a bit unreasonable, but I smiled. Then make sure to consult me properly. Like I said before, I'd be happy if you relied on me. It wasn't just her personality that made Sophia handle things by herself. I think not having anyone to talk to played a big part too. That's why I want to become someone she can rely on, someone she can turn to for help. If I do that, I think she'll start coming to me for advice on her own. Sounds like you say that kind of thing to a lot of girls, right? But for some reason, Sophia gave me a sharp, reproachful look again. Does this mean she's implying something like, I'm a guy who tries to please every girl? I don't say that to just anyone. Besides, there's no one else to say it to. The fact that I can say this to her is largely because she's become like a sister to me. She has her moments where she seems like she might do something reckless, and I can't ignore that. But if she weren't family, I probably wouldn't be meddling this much. More importantly, I want to take responsibility for what I say, so I wouldn't say something like that to someone just because. In other words, for someone like me, who doesn't have many close female friends, I don't really have anyone else to say something like that to. You probably say it to someone like Kuudere-senpai, right? While I tried to laugh it off, Sophia gave me a meaningful glance. I have no idea why she brought up Kuudere-senpai's name here, though. She's my senpai, and we're not really close enough to talk about stuff like that, so I don't say such things to her. Besides, she's not the type to carry things on her own. If there's something, she makes sure to coordinate with others to find a solution, and she's quite efficient, so she rarely gets into trouble. She also has a lot of friends, so there's no need for her to rely on me. I don't think the day will ever come when I'll have to tell her something I said to Sophia. I see. For some reason, Sophia turned her face away from me and started twirling her hair with her index finger. Her voice seemed to carry a bit of a bounce, but I wasn't sure if I was imagining it. But you two seem pretty close. No, she talks to everyone like that. She's just good at taking care of people and tends to be friendly, but that doesn't mean we're close or anything. Well, I guess a lot of guys misunderstand that and end up confessing to her. I understood that Kuudere-senpai, with her looks and kind personality, was popular, but the rumor that she gets confessed to once or twice a month probably stems from guys misinterpreting her friendly nature. At least, from what I've seen, Kuudere-senpai treats all the club members equally, with kindness and care. If you say you're not close, it's hard to believe. But for some reason, Sophia didn't seem convinced. She had witnessed my interactions with Kuudere-senpai, and it looked like she couldn't make sense of it. I won't say that we're not close, but this is normal. Since we're in the same club, we're probably closer than some other students, but from Kuudere-senpai's perspective, I'm just one of her kuhais. If I called it a close friendship, I'd probably embarrass myself. But didn't you contact her first? It seemed like something in Sophia's mind was particularly bugging her, so she pressed me about my relationship with Kuudere-senpai. I didn't think I'd said anything strange, though. You're talking about that incident with the gal group, right? The thing is, I didn't have any close girls to rely on, and she was the only one I could go to. She's someone who helps out without making a fuss, and she has good connections with the teachers, so she's someone I could trust. Sophia was drenched, and her clothes were sticking to her, making it impossible to call any boys for help. On top of that, Kuudere-senpai quickly got the teachers on our side, and I knew she'd help take care of Sophia, so I turned to her. I had a feeling that Kuudere-senpai would handle things well even with Sophia, so I called without hesitation. It had nothing to do with how close we were. Shirakoa-kun, you're surprisingly calm. It seemed like Sophia had accepted my explanation, but she still wore a slightly uneasy expression. Naturally, I couldn't ignore that look. Is something wrong? It's nothing. It's just if you're not that close with Kuudere-senpai, I was wondering how things are between me and you. Was that an unconscious slip? She'd been opening up more recently, but I didn't expect her to make such a bold statement. But if it was an unconscious remark, she would definitely panic and try to brush it off if she realized it, and I could already picture her feeling awkward about it later. So before Sophia could correct herself, I decided to speak up first. From my perspective, I think we've gotten a lot closer recently. I see. Is that so? Sophia opened her eyes wide, then turned slightly red and looked away, beginning to fiddle with her hair again. It was incredibly embarrassing to put it into words in front of her, but she didn't seem to mind and didn't try to argue, which was a relief. What I said wasn't wrong. I had definitely become closer to Sophia. She used to keep her distance, but now she lets me into her room, and during mornings and lunch breaks, she approaches me on her own. Considering how she usually keeps her distance from others, it seemed like she trusted me enough to let me get close to her. Although, I never thought I'd say the words "we're close to her" directly. Kuudere-senpai is normal, but I'm close with Shirakoa-kun. Heh, so that's how it is. As I quietly watched Sophia, she suddenly muttered something in English, a smile spreading across her face. Seeing that adorable and sweet smile from her caught me off guard, and I felt my heart race. But then Sophia briefly glanced at me and quickly turned her face away. It seemed like she realized I had been watching. I braced myself for some harsh words, but she didn't say anything while still looking away. She wasn't angry. I guess I should get back to studying. I'll head to my room. Although I didn't sense any anger from Sophia, she didn't look at me, so I decided to read the room and leave. However, what? You're leaving already? As I stood up, Sophia gave me a sad look. I had never thought of myself as a nuisance to her, but her reaction was definitely unexpected. Won't I be interrupting your studying? I've already reached a good stopping point for today, so it's fine. A good stopping point. Isn't she the type who would keep studying until it's time to sleep? I thought that, but when she looked at me with those glistening eyes, I couldn't bring myself to comment. Well, if I'm in the way, just let me know. It seemed like Sophia didn't want me to leave, so I sat back down beside her. But, still, we both fell silent, and the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. I had already said everything I wanted to say, so I didn't have anything else to add. I glanced at Sophia, and it seemed like she had also just looked at me, and as usual, our eyes met perfectly. Immediately, she looked away. My back is really itching. What is this? What is going on right now? Having never spent time like this with a girl before, I was overwhelmed by the urge to just leave right away. But, if I did that, I might end up hurting Sophia's feelings, and as a guy, it would be pathetic, so I forced myself to hold back. If only there were a good topic to bring up. By the way, I heard Dad and Jessica-san are going to my grandparents' house next Saturday. Are you going with them, Sophia? I was desperately trying to find a topic and remembered Saturday's plans, so I decided to bring it up. I have cram school, and it's probably better if I'm not there. What Sophia was referring to was likely the awkwardness of visiting my grandparents when she was not even related by blood. From her position, it's understandable that she would feel uncomfortable. I think my grandparents would actually be happy to see you. They've always wanted a girl, from what I've heard. I've heard that since they had sons, and their grandchildren were boys, Grandpa often grumbled about it. Now that a cute girl like Sophia is their granddaughter, I'm sure they would love to spoil her with clothes and sweets. Ahaha. That might actually make it harder to go. Yeah, if they're too overbearing, that'd be a problem. Sophia probably isn't fond of being smothered with affection, so I figured it would be uncomfortable for her if they kept trying to dote on her too much. Plus, you're not going either, right? Yeah, I've got practice. The regional tournament starts next week, so I can't afford to skip that. With the important tournament coming up, I couldn't afford to take a break from practice. Dad and Jessica-san understood that as well. If you're not going, there's no way I can go alone. Yeah, I get it. If Sophia went alone while the actual grandchild stayed behind, it would make the situation even more uncomfortable. I could understand her feelings. You're being kind of mean, asking me when you know the answer. I wasn't trying to be mean, though. I was just trying to find something to talk about. By the way, there's something I've been curious about. Chem. What is it? Do you have any cousins? It seemed like Sophia was curious about our relatives, particularly whether I had cousins. Since she couldn't ask Dad or Jessica-san, but the possibility of cousins seemed likely, she probably turned to me to ask. Dad's an only child. I subtly explained that since Dad doesn't have any siblings, there are no cousins on his side. On Mom's side, though, that might be different. Sophia would never meet them, and I've been distant from my maternal relatives ever since my mom passed away. That's right, I haven't seen that kid in years. What about you, Sophia? Do you have any cousins? No, I don't. Sophia immediately answered my question. In a romantic comedy, there'd probably be a cute cousin on the heroine's side in this kind of situation, but the reality is much different. It's kind of surprising, actually. Yeah, I thought Shirakawa-kun might have a younger cousin, though. Why do you think that? I don't know, just because you seem like the type who'd have one. It must be some kind of intuition. I'm not quite sure what she means by that, but I guess there's something she can see in me that I can't notice. You should stop making assumptions based on appearances. Yeah, I've learned that the hard way. She must have gone through a lot of trouble due to those assumptions, right? Given how she looks different from everyone else, she's probably been treated unfairly more than once. From now on, I want to make sure that doesn't happen again. I want to protect her. Chapter 3. The British Stepsister Won't Let Go. The rain and wind are so intense today. Saturday, since the heavy rain meant training was limited to indoors, I returned home earlier than usual and muttered while staring out the window. The rain was so heavy that the visibility outside had become quite poor, and the wind was strong enough to bend the trees. With Jessica-san and the others out of the house, I had to pick up Sophia from cram school, even on a weekend. But with this weather, even if we used umbrellas, we'd both end up drenched. Fortunately, she said I could pick her up at the station, but still. Sophia had told me she would do her best to make it to the nearest station by herself and asked me to meet her there. Since her cram school was in the city, there were streetlights and plenty of people around, so she could probably make it there by herself. But with this kind of weather, just picking her up from the nearest station seemed like it would get us both completely soaked. Maybe I should get the bath ready for her in time for when the train arrives. Just as I was thinking that, my phone chimed with a notification. There should still have been some time before her cram school ended, but the message I received was from her. Sophia, I'm sorry. Please come pick me up from cram school. It was oddly formal for her. She's probably using polite speech because she feels guilty about going back on what she said. But in the end, perhaps she was scared of walking alone at night. Considering her personality, I felt like she was trying to be stubborn at first, but maybe she got scared and reached out for help after thinking it through. Kento, of course. Just wait for me when your cram school ends. Feeling happy that Sophia was relying on me, I sent my reply. Sophia, thank you very much. She responded with another formal message, which made it clear she was quite self-conscious about this. Kento, like I said before, you don't have to hesitate to ask for help. The heavy rain was troublesome, but I didn't find picking her up to be a hassle. Rather, letting her walk home alone in the dark was far more concerning, so this was for the best. Well, I'll just heat up the bath before heading out, and if the water cools down by the time we get back, I can just reheat it. If it were just the station near our house, there wouldn't be an issue, but since I had to pick her up at Okayama Station, which was near her cram school, there was a good chance the bath would cool down before we returned. Still, the bath had a function to reheat the water, so it would be faster to prepare it now rather than waiting until we got back. Before long, it was time to go pick her up, so I headed out. However, due to the rain, the train ended up being slightly delayed. Because of the delay, I arrived at the cram school later than usual. Sophia, who had been shivering at the entrance of the cram school, relaxed her face in relief as soon as she saw me. I'm sorry for making you come all the way to the cram school. No, I'm the one who should apologize for being late. You're shaking. Are you cold? Even though it was raining, it was still September, so I didn't feel cold at all. But since Sophia was trembling, I wondered if she might be feeling cold after all. That's not it. She gave a small shake of her head. Then why was she trembling? Just as I started to wonder, a lightning strike hit nearby. Kaya. A flash of light followed by a thunderclap that resonated deep in my body made Sophia scream and cling tightly to my arm. Tears welled up in her eyes as she trembled even more than before. Seeing her like this, I finally understood why she had asked me to come all the way to the cram school. You're scared of the thunder? Boys often get excited when lightning strikes, but I have the impression that girls tend to get scared. Some even end up crying, and it seemed Sophia was that type. Ooh. She didn't even have the energy to put on a brave face. Still clinging to my arm, she squeezed it tightly and looked up at me with tearful eyes. Her vulnerability was so unbearably cute that I couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her head. It's okay, there's nothing to be scared of. I gently stroked her hair as she trembled like a frightened child. Maybe my words reached her just a little as her grip on my arm loosened slightly. Ideally, I should stay like this until Sophia calmed down. But we were still standing at the entrance of her cram school. Because I had been late, there were no other students around, but there was always the possibility of someone coming out later. If other students saw her like this, she would definitely feel embarrassed. It was best to leave this place as soon as possible. If you're scared, just cover your ears and close your eyes. Hold on to me tightly. I'll take you to the station. It was probably dangerous to walk like this, but Sophia was too terrified of the thunder to move on her own. There was no other choice. I would just have to be extra careful of her footing and our surroundings as we moved slowly. She pulled out a pair of earphones from her bag, put them in both ears and clung to my arm again. Just like when she had a fever, Sophia became several times more honest when she was feeling weak. While making sure to avoid any danger in our surroundings, I carefully guided her towards Okayama Station. All right, we're here. It's okay now. Once we stepped inside the station, I gently patted her head. Sophia slowly opened her eyes, but they were still brimming with tears. She must have been really scared. Our legs were soaked from the rain and wind, but she didn't seem to have the energy to care about such things. I'm sorry for everything. I told you, I'm happy when you rely on me, so don't worry about it. Besides, in situations like this, I'd rather hear a thank you than an apology. I responded with a smile to Sophia, who looked apologetic as she lowered her head. Perhaps it was the right thing to say because, after a little fidgeting, Sophia slowly opened her mouth. Thank you. You're welcome. Since we have to wait a bit for the train, why don't we buy some dinner? The train wasn't arriving anytime soon, so I decided it was best to use the waiting time to get dinner. Originally, Sophia was supposed to cook tonight, but given how drained she was, that didn't seem like a good idea anymore. I can still cook, you know? You don't have to push yourself. You can cook again tomorrow. She had recovered a little now that we were indoors, but at home, the thunder would sound even louder without the insulation of the station. If she got startled while handling a knife, she might cut herself. If she was using a frying pan, she could burn herself. Buying a bento was the safer option. I always cause trouble and can't repay you for anything. Sophia seemed to be really bothered by it, and she visibly sank into a bit of a slump. Even though she had recovered a little, she was still shaken from the thunder, which probably made her more honest than usual. The bento you make for me every day was delicious, you know? You even went the extra mile to think about the nutritional balance, and it really helps me a lot. But that's all. The bento Sophia made was thoughtfully prepared, tasted good even when cold, and was nutritionally balanced. She woke up early every morning to make them, yet she still thought it wasn't enough. She's still way too hard on herself. You don't have to worry about it so much. I mean, sure, a completely one-sided relationship wouldn't be great, but it's impossible to always keep things perfectly even. I understood the idea of not wanting debts, but I didn't think relationships, whether between friends or siblings, worked like that in the first place. Wanting to do something for someone simply because you care about them should be enough. At the very least, I wasn't doing things for Sophia because I expected something in return. Part of it was concern for her, but more than that, I simply wanted to do these things. There's no need for anything in return. Relationships are so complicated. Most people don't think that deeply about it, so you don't have to either, Sophia. The reason I'm with you like this is because I simply enjoy being with you. Realizing what I had just said, I suddenly froze. That was way too much. Sophia let out an unintelligible sound, and when I looked at her, her face was bright red. She stared up at me, wide-eyed in shock. No, I didn't mean. I am here because I enjoy being with you too. Before I could try to explain myself, Sophia turned her flushed face away, lightly pinching the sleeve of my shirt with her fingers. She mumbled something in English under her breath, too softly for me to make out. I had never wanted to understand what she was saying more than I did at this moment. But I couldn't bring myself to ask her directly. That would be way too tactless. We both fell silent, and in that awkward silence, we headed to buy the bento. After finishing our shopping, we made our way to the train platform, and as we were about to board, wow, it's packed. Perhaps due to the rain and delays, despite the late hour, the train was packed with people. Sophia, come here. As I guided her onto the train, I positioned her between myself and the door. At times like this, I knew it was better to keep her away from others to avoid any potential issues, like molestation. You do things like this so smoothly. It's not fair. Sophia was still looking down, mumbling softly in English. The fear of thunder seemed to have faded, but she was clearly still hung up on what happened earlier. Are you okay? Is it too cramped? I'm okay. Thank you. It seemed like there wasn't any space issue, so I decided to maintain this position for now. If I let my guard down, the pressure from the people behind could end up pushing me onto Sophia, so I had to stay alert. Kuku-ken. Shirakoa-kun, are you okay? What was that odd little laugh? I briefly thought that, but then I realized that she might have been trying to call me by my first name again. She probably corrected herself because she felt embarrassed to say it. I could relate since I felt nervous the first time I tried calling her by her first name. For a moment, I considered prompting her to say it, but knowing Sophia's personality, she'd likely try to cover up her embarrassment. If it had been earlier, when she was weaker from the thunder, she might have been more straightforward, but it seemed like I missed my chance. At this point, I thought it was better to just wait until she called me by my first name by herself. I'm fine. I'm not trained for nothing. Now that you mention it, you've got quite the build for someone who doesn't look it. Sophia's gaze shifted to my right arm, which was holding onto the overhead strap. Perhaps she was referring to how I didn't look like someone with a solid build at first glance. Well, Baseball requires strength, so that's part of it. But if my legs get too slow, it becomes a problem, so I make sure to train carefully in that area as well. To be a power hitter, having strength is essential. Ideally, I'd want to build as much muscle as I can, but if I gain too much muscle, my body would inevitably get heavier, and my running speed would slow down. The speed of my legs directly affects how quickly I reach the base, so I can't neglect that if I want to stay safe on the field. Well, if I could hit home runs regularly with sheer power, I might not need to worry about running speed, but that style doesn't really suit me. How fast is your 50-meter dash? Chem. The last time I timed it, it was 6.4 seconds. Isn't that too fast? When I answered her question, Sophia looked up at me in surprise. I think it's fast, yeah. But it's still not quite as fast as Shouter. He hits exactly 6 seconds. Shouter, our lead-off hitter, has the fastest legs on the team. His speed, combined with his high on-base percentage and wide defensive range, always helps us out. Shouter, you mean Kanejikuan, right? I knew he was fast, but is that fast? It seems like Sophia is genuinely interested in the baseball club. Despite her indifferent attitude, it seemed like she knew about Shouter as well. If I told Shouter, he'd probably be thrilled. Yeah, remember when we ran into each other at the field? The guy with the buzz cut. He's the one with all the energy, right? I half expected her to say he was loud, but Sophia seemed to choose her words carefully. He's our mood maker. A really good guy, and the boys like him. Though, the girls, well, not so much. He's the type to be loud and pushy, which probably doesn't sit well with the girls. You're always with him, so I figured he must be a good person. Since we're in the same class and Shouter's personality tends to draw people in, we're often together. It seems Sophia had picked up on that. She's observant. So, is your best friend Kanejikuan? Ah. Well, I'd say I get along better with Shuto though. What? Sophia's eyes widened in shock, and she froze, staring at me. It seems my answer was too unexpected. Haha, don't look so surprised. Because it's surprising. Given the situation at the field the other day, Sophia likely views Shuto as an intimidating, stoic, handsome guy. I can understand how people could misunderstand him if they don't know him well. People might misunderstand him because of his attitude, but he's a straightforward and good guy. I mean, he's a baseball idiot. Honestly, he's just crazy about baseball and he takes practice more seriously than anyone. His intense focus on baseball might cause friction with others, but his commitments are admirable. Most importantly, he's a good person at his core. Only thinking about baseball? That sounds like it would cause a lot of trouble with others. Perhaps because they're similar, Sophia seems to have noticed the issues Shuto faces. In fact, it's not the first time Shuto has had problems with people around him. He often gets into arguments with Shouter, after all. Well, that's why I'm here. It's the catcher's job to support the ace pitcher. My role is to be the buffer and act as a bridge to keep things from escalating. I guess that's why Kuudere-san calls me the guardian of the team. Thinking about it, what I'm trying to do with Sophia isn't too different from what I do for Shuto. Just like with Shuto, I want to step in and help connect her with the others. By the way, they say a catcher is the pitcher's wife or something like that. What's wrong? Suddenly, Sophia's demeanor changed, and she had a displeased expression on her face, so I couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, really. But Sophia pouted and turned her face away. Is she sulking? Why? If you're curious about the baseball club, how about coming to watch practice sometime? Trying to break the awkward silence, I invited her to the practice. However, I've got cram school, so it's fine. She shook her head. It seemed like she was just trying to make it clear that it wasn't possible, and there was no longer the same heavy pressure I used to feel. I sighed in relief over that, but it was still clear that convincing her would be difficult. As I was thinking about that, Kyle, the train jolted violently, and Sophia leaned into my chest. Are you okay? Why yeah, thank you. That was sudden. Since she wasn't leaning against the wall or holding the strap, she must have lost her balance. It seemed like the crowded train actually worked in her favor, as there wasn't enough space for her to hurt herself. However, For some reason, Sophia didn't try to regain her posture and stayed leaning on me. Sniff, sniff. Wait a second, is she sniffing me? I didn't take a bath after practice, but I did at least take a shower, right? Do I smell bad? Even while I was frozen in place, it felt like Sophia was still sniffing me. She didn't pull away and just stayed close. What should I do? I was frozen in place, unable to move, and ended up letting Sophia do as she pleased. Section. It's still raining like crazy. We arrived at the nearest station and stepped outside, only to be met with the same heavy rain and strong winds. More than anything, the sky was rumbling, and it felt like lightning could strike at any moment. If you're scared of the thunder, do you want to put your earphones in again? No. It's fine. I'll just hold out until we get home. Sophia said this, but her expression was stiff. It seemed like she was barely holding it together, waiting for the thunder to strike. Got it. Let's make our way back quickly. Sophia nodded slightly and then grasped the sleeve of my jacket with her fingers. It was probably an unconscious action due to her fear of the thunder. The contrast between her usual cool demeanor and her current, fragile, almost animal-like state made me feel an overwhelming desire to protect her. I guess I'm weak against girls like this. While I nervously watched Sophia follow me, holding an umbrella in one hand and quietly tugging at my sleeve with the other, we made our way home. When we arrived, my legs are all soaked. Both of us were drenched from the rain, especially our lower bodies. I've prepared the bath, so you should go in first so you don't catch a cold. If the water's too cold, just warm it up. Thank you. But you have the tournament, so I'll take a bath later. The tournament is next week, after all. I smiled back at Sophia, who had been trying to be considerate. When we first became a family, she used to ignore me and take a bath first, but people really do change. In that case, I'll take you up on that offer. Probably because her socks were wet, she seemed hesitant about stepping into the house with them still on. She began to take off her knee-high socks right in front of me. Her bare legs, which had been hidden by her black knee socks, gradually revealed themselves with a soft, sliding sound, and as she lifted her leg to remove the socks, I found myself at a loss for where to look. But strangely, I couldn't look away. Just as she finished taking them off, Sophia seemed to notice my gaze. Her expression froze, but her cheeks quickly turned bright red. Then, she pursed her lips, and shot me a sharp, accusing glare. This is bad. I feel like I'm awakening to something strange. Sophia's reproachful expression looked so captivating that I felt like a new door was about to open. Sorry, I didn't mean to. If you did, I'd be much more vocal. When I apologized, to my surprise, she forgave me easily. She didn't slip into her usual English-speaking habit, nor did she get overly flustered, so it seemed like she wasn't as shaken as I thought she would be. If you peek into the bath, I'll get mad, you know? Yeah, don't worry. I wouldn't do something like that. Sophia nodded, then quickly ran toward the bathroom as if trying to escape. However, for some reason, she stopped, turned toward me, and gave me a meaningful look with her heated cheeks and eyes. But if it's Shira Kawakuen, maybe, someday. She said only that, and then finally entered the changing room. What did she just say? She definitely said something to me, but her voice was quiet, and it was in English, so I couldn't catch it. She wasn't panicking, so did she say that unconsciously? Or had she said it deliberately in English so I wouldn't understand? I couldn't ask her about it directly, so I just decided to head to my room to change and avoid catching a cold. Section. Sophia's point of view. I almost said something bold. As I entered the changing room, I remembered what happened earlier, and my face turned red. It was because he didn't understand English that I had said it, though that wasn't really the point. Saying something like that wasn't like me at all. Am I feeling lightheaded? Just thinking about his smile made my face heat up, and hearing his voice made my heart race. It was clearly abnormal. Even on the train, I ended up sticking so close to him and I couldn't pull myself away. I need to be more careful. It might be dangerous. It wasn't intentional that we ended up so close because of the train shaking, but once it happened, I couldn't bring myself to pull away from him. Honestly, I wasn't sure why I couldn't do it. I knew that staying close to him would make things awkward, but I didn't want to pull away from his body. And I couldn't help but be drawn to his scent, just like before. The more I think back on it, the more it feels like what I was doing was kind of perverted. I felt happy when I was close to him, and I couldn't help but smell him right away. I have to be careful, or I might make him dislike me. But I can't control myself. As I took off my clothes, I faced myself. Even though I knew better in my head, when I actually interacted with him, I couldn't control my feelings. I had never experienced anything like this before, so I didn't know how to hold back my emotions. It would be so much easier if I could just stop overthinking and be honest with myself. But then again, Shirakowa-kun is still being Shirakowa-kun. He keeps getting closer to me so naturally. And when the thunder struck, he even patted my head. I was completely overwhelmed by the thunder at the time, but I could still remember everything he did so clearly. At that moment, I felt comforted and happy. But now, looking back, it's just so embarrassing. The fact that he can do things like that so naturally makes Shirakowa-kun so unfair. He's so good at pampering others, so I thought maybe he had a younger cousin or something, even if he doesn't have a sister. But it seems like he doesn't. Which means he's just naturally good at spoiling others. Scary. But at least I don't have to worry about some cousin stealing him away. I just need to build up some resistance to his unconscious, straightforward approach. Having finished undressing, I muttered to myself as I step into the bathroom. The bathroom had the heating on, but when I checked the water temperature, it was still lukewarm. I pressed the warm-up button and began washing myself in the shower. Even during this time, my thoughts were all on Shirakowa-kun. I've started to want to be closer to him, and the fact that he's called us close makes me think I've been doing well lately. But the one thing I still haven't managed to do is call him by his first name. When I try to call his name, I get nervous, and even though I know it's unlikely, the thought of him possibly not liking it scares me. It was unfair that Shirakowa-kun could call me by my first name as if it were nothing. It's still raining outside. I had finished washing my body and was soaking in the bath, but the sound from outside distracted me. Despite how I look now, I've always been really scared of thunder. Since becoming a high school student, I've managed to endure it, but when I was younger, I would crawl into my mom's bed on days when thunder occurred. Even now, on days with violent thunderstorms, I still end up hiding in my mom's bed. But now that my mom has remarried, I can't do that anymore. What should I do from now on? Especially today, since my mom isn't here. I can't possibly ask Shirakowa-kun to let me hide in his bed. If I were to ask something like that, he would definitely find out that I like him. No, considering how surprisingly clueless he is when it comes to romance, he might not even notice. Watching him, I've come to realize that there really are people who are sharp in most areas but completely oblivious when it comes to love. He's that out of touch with romance. He's the type who would casually pat my head without thinking twice. But I can't bring myself to ask him to let me into his bed, even though I'm his imuto, little sister. I'd be too embarrassed, and even if he didn't realize my feelings, the awkward atmosphere would make it impossible. It's also impossible for him to invite me into his bed. Right. He's someone who has a solid understanding of common sense. He wouldn't suggest something like that, even if he was half asleep. After all, we're not even in a romantic relationship. Come to think of it, what does Shirakowa-kun really think of me right now? I'm not talking about being good friends, but I'm genuinely curious about how he perceives me. Does he see me as just a classmate, or does he think of me as his imuto? Normally, I'd think it would be difficult to treat someone as your sibling when you're not blood related and have only just met. But this is Shirakowa-kun, after all. Looking at how he's been acting around me lately, I can't help but feel like he sees me as his imuto. I'm happy that he pampers me, but if he doesn't see me as a girl, that would hurt just as much. I know I'm complicated, but as someone who has feelings for him, I think not being seen as a girl is probably the second most painful thing after being hated. As I think about him, I realize that I've forgotten all about the thunder. That's probably how engrossed I am in him. I'm glad I found a way to forget about the thunder, but I can never use it outside. If someone were to see my cheeks soften while thinking about him, I'd want to jump into a hole and disappear. It really is frustrating. Section. Kento's point of view. The thunder really is intense. After Sophia was done, I thought she might be hungry, so I had dinner with her before heading to the bath myself. But while I was in the bath, thunder struck relentlessly nearby. It was so intense that I was actually scared the power might go out. I wonder if Sophia's okay? She had been really frightened by just one strike of lightning, and even though we were indoors, with the thunder being so close, she must have heard it in her room. I hope she isn't too scared. Thinking that, I must have been more worried than I realized, because as I was climbing the stairs, I witnessed an unbelievable scene. Sophia. While climbing the stairs, I saw her from behind. She was curled up on the floor, hugging her knees, and without thinking, I called out to her. Then, as soon as she noticed me, Sophia suddenly leaped into my chest. The body I caught reflexively was trembling violently. It seemed that while she was on her way to her room, lightning had struck nearby, and since then, she had been too frightened to move. It's okay, don't be so scared. Seeing Sophia, not her usual confident self but trembling like a young child, I consciously used a gentle voice and soothing words to comfort her. She really was like a completely different person at times like this. I hate thunder. I know, it's okay. Sophia, sounding like she was regressing to a younger age, hugged me tightly, so I rubbed her back, trying to calm her down. By the time I started my bath, the lightning had already been striking, and it had continued several times while I was in the bath. It was clear that she had already reached her limit. Let's go to your room for now. There was no point in staying in the hallway, so I decided to take her to her room. If she gets under the covers and waits for the thunder to pass, she'll probably fall asleep before we know it. Sniff. It's okay. It's okay. I kept reassuring Sophia, saying it's okay over and over as she cried. In reality, as long as we were inside the building, there was no real danger from the lightning. While we had to be cautious about secondary disasters like fires, the chance of dying from being struck by lightning was low. See, we're at your room. Even after I brought her to her room, Sophia shook her head and wouldn't let go of me. Since the sound of the thunder was still there, she probably didn't want to be alone. At this rate, she wasn't going to study, so it might be better to stay by her side until she fell asleep. Well then, you should get in bed. Just as I was about to say that, a lightning strike louder than any before struck, and the room went completely dark. Kaya. Sophia, calm down. It's just a power outage. Sophia screamed and clung to me with immense force such that I raised my voice. I felt like it was the only way to reach her. No. Why? For someone like Sophia, who's also afraid of the dark, this must feel like hell right now. I'm not fond of the dark either, so I could feel my own anxiety rising within me. But, if I let myself be consumed by fear too, it would only make Sophia more scared. So, I took a deep breath and focused on calming myself first. I remember when we had a power outage from lightning before, Dad told me that you had to turn off the breaker, and then for safety, unplug all the electrical appliances, right? I recalled that lesson from my dad during a similar situation. It's dangerous, so how about you get into bed and close your eyes for now, Sophia? Even though I had a rough idea of where the furniture was in the house after living here for so many years, moving around in the dark with her, while she was so scared, was too risky. I knew Sophia was afraid of thunder and the dark, but considering her safety, it was probably best for her to stay still in bed. However, no, don't leave me. Sophia pressed her face against my chest, clinging to me desperately. Even though she understood logically that nothing would happen if she stayed in bed, her mind was probably running wild with fearful thoughts and bad imaginations. Her intelligence likely made her more prone to these kinds of fears, especially in situations like this. Okay, just hold on to me. Even in the pitch-black darkness, with time, your eyes will adjust, and you can start to make out your surroundings. And the flashlight. Wait, am I an idiot? The time I needed a flashlight during a power outage was when I was a kid. Now, I've got a smartphone. I guess the sudden situation had thrown me off too. Alright, with this, I can go get the flashlight. Since I didn't know when the power would come back, I couldn't rely solely on my phone. To conserve the phone's battery, it was probably best to get a flashlight as well. I took Sophia, who was clinging to me in fear, along and went to get the flashlight. After that, I turned off the breaker and unplugged any electronics I thought might be connected. Once all that was done, I returned to Sophia's room. Sorry for dragging you around. It had taken longer than I expected since I unplugged everything one by one. Because of that, Sophia must have been even more scared. The thunder hadn't stopped either. Bed. Yeah, I know. Let's get you to bed. Sophia was still acting like a scared child, likely wanting to get into bed as quickly as possible. I took her to the bed as she asked. Here, get in. Shira Kawakuan too. I thought she'd get into bed alone, but as she sat on the edge of the bed, she pulled on my arm. Does this mean she wants to sleep together? That's crazy. Right. Thunder and the power outage. They're scary. Yeah, but... Please. Sophia pleaded with a voice full of desperation. She was clearly overwhelmed, and I could understand that. But... Still, I couldn't just sleep with her. Would it be okay if I stayed by your side until you fell asleep? Is that not enough? Sleeping is impossible. Until now, Sophia had only spoken in a weak voice, but now her voice was desperate, almost on the verge of breaking. It seemed like I had no choice but to get into bed with her until she fell asleep and then slip out once she was calm. Are you really sure about this? When I asked one last time, Sophia, with tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, nodded vigorously, clearly trying to hold back the emotions. It seemed like her fear of thunder and the dark outweighed any sense of danger she might have of having a man in her bed. All right. Then, excuse me. Seeing how desperately she had pleaded, I couldn't turn her down. I climbed into bed with Sophia. Then, as if to make sure I wouldn't leave, Sophia clung to me and pressed her face against my chest. I gently wrapped my arms around her and stroked her head, trying to ease her fear, even just a little. Of course, my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. I'm not going anywhere, so just relax. I know that I said I would slip out after she fell asleep, but I decided to let go of those thoughts I had earlier and decided to stay with Sophia for the night. Given how scared she was, if she woke up and found I was gone, it would be too cruel. To help her sleep peacefully, I needed to put aside my embarrassment and stay with her. But I would have to control myself, not crossing any lines. Still. Thank you. Right now, Sophia was just too cute. It was impossible not to feel something when Sophia clung to me as though she couldn't be without me. The contrast with her usual cool demeanor only made my heart race even more. This situation felt like it could be great training for mental discipline. As I silently continued to stroke her head, the tension in Sophia's expression slowly started to fade. The sound of the thunder had lessened and became quieter, which probably helped ease her a bit. At this point, it seemed like talking might be a good way to distract her. Feeling a little better? When I asked, Sophia gave a small nod. That was the response I'd expected. But then, she followed that up by pressing her face into my chest, rubbing it gently like she was seeking more comfort. I understood the desire to seek comfort when feeling vulnerable. I understood it. But still, when I was already struggling to keep my composure, having her do something like this made it hard to hold back. That's good. You can sleep whenever you feel tired, okay? Even though my heartbeat was racing painfully in my chest, I managed to force a smile, trying not to let it show. But with her face pressed against my chest like that, I had a feeling she knew how fast my heart was pounding. Honestly, asking me to hold back when a cute girl like her was snuggling up to me in bed was impossible. No, I didn't want to betray her trust, so I couldn't make a move but... Damn, why is she so cute? As I struggled with my inner turmoil, Sophia slowly opened her mouth. I might not want to sleep. Ha! Sorry, what did you say? I was so focused on holding myself back that I missed what Sophia murmured. It didn't sound like her usual English muttering. This time, it seemed like she was speaking in Japanese. I feel at ease when we're like this. It makes me really happy. She seemed to mumble happy in English afterwards. I definitely knew what happy meant, and it was clear she was feeling comforted and happy about the situation. I wasn't sure why she switched to English for the second part, but it seemed like a small slip, nothing major. At least, She seemed to feel at ease, which was a relief. Suddenly, it hit me. When Sophia is vulnerable, she becomes much more honest, almost like a completely different person. If I brought up the manager situation now, she might open up and tell me the truth. If her mental state were to improve too much, she would likely slip back into her usual, more guarded self. This could be the perfect moment to ask her, "Hey, Sophia, do you really not want to be the baseball team's manager?" I asked her gently, keeping my tone softer than usual to avoid pushing her too much. At that, Sophia lifted her face and looked up at me with her watery eyes. The sight of her, so close and gazing at me with such a vulnerable expression, nearly overwhelmed me. But I couldn't let myself be swept away by it. I had to hold my ground. This is truly some good mental training. Because, Sophia murmured softly at first. I had expected that it would take a few more exchanges before she'd start talking, but as I thought, when she's feeling vulnerable, she becomes unexpectedly honest. I kept silent, making sure not to say anything that might make her change her mind, and just waited for her to continue. Because I don't want to trouble my mom with my selfishness. Besides, there were many other people who wanted that scholarship. I can't just take up a spot and then quit. From her tone, I could tell her mental state hadn't fully recovered yet. Just like when she was feverish, when she's weak, she becomes more childlike in her behavior, which likely causes her voice to sound more childish as well. Normally, her tone is more like that of a cool, composed adult woman, so it's easy to tell whether she's vulnerable or not based on how she speaks. That said, there are always limits to how many students can receive a special scholarship in both academics and sports. Sophia, who has been at the top of her class since her entrance exams and continues to dominate in tests, probably has one of the highest-ranking scholarships available. Sophia was a serious person, someone who clearly felt the weight of the responsibility she had taken on with the scholarship. Having secured it by surpassing others, she likely couldn't bring herself to let it go. What she said was right and admirable. Not many high school students are able to face their responsibilities so directly and possess such a clear mindset. If you just maintain your grades, it should be fine, but I'm not good at managing things. If I reduce study time, my grades drop. And that's not all. Even if I were allowed to join the baseball team, I wouldn't get along well with the other members. I'd just cause trouble for them, too. It seemed like Sophia was truly thinking about everything. She faced her own shortcomings, but she also considered the well-being of others. Many students probably saw her as the solitary flower who is cold, rude, and indifferent to others. But in reality, she was a kind-hearted girl who put others before herself, even if she struggled to convey that to those around her because she was clumsy in doing so. I'm not asking about all the reasons why you think you can't do it. What I want to know is whether you want to be the manager or not. I had already heard from her before that she couldn't be a manager with how she is right now. But that's not what I needed to hear. What I wanted to know was what she truly wanted, what her own heart desired. Once I had that, I could figure everything else out next time. Considering the way she spoke earlier and how she had mentioned all the reasons she couldn't do it, I already had a pretty good idea of the answer. But still, I needed to hear it from her own mouth. No matter how much I prepared the path for her, the final decision lies with her. I wasn't going to let her run away from the crucial moment, so I'd make sure she couldn't escape from this. I want to do it. She gripped my clothes tightly with the hand she had used to hold me. I definitely want to join the baseball team. The words she forced out held a firm conviction. This wasn't something she had said just because of the atmosphere in the room. Finally, I heard her true feelings. Thank you for telling me. I first expressed my gratitude to her for sharing her true feelings. Then, I'll think about it. I'll figure out a way for you to stay as a scholarship student and still be the manager of the baseball team. Regarding the relationships with the team members, I already have a plan for that, so you can rest easy. I had made up my mind to face this issue head-on. Is that okay? Sophia looked up at me, her eyes filled with uncertainty. She was probably worried about causing trouble again. It's fine. It's just what I want to do. I want you to join the baseball team, Sophia. I said that and gently patted her head again. Even though we were classmates, and she usually carried herself like a mature young woman, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of affection for her. It was probably because she had become so vulnerable and childlike in her current state. The feelings an older brother might have toward his imuto could be something like this. Though in my case, it's complicated because I can't see Sophia as just an imuto. Thank you. Sophia said her thanks while tightly clinging to me. She then pressed her face into my chest. Through that, I felt a variety of emotions coming from her, but I simply kept stroking her head, letting it pass. I was glad she thanked me, but I still hadn't done anything yet. I needed to make sure I didn't waste her words of gratitude and her feelings, and properly solve the situation for her. Chem, what's up? As I continued to stroke her head, Sophia looked up at me again and called out, so I shifted my gaze back to her. Is it okay if I ask for something selfish? That was a rare request coming from her. Given her pride, Sophia hardly ever asks for things like this. Personally, I would be happy if she made more selfish requests like that. Of course. Well, it doesn't have to be just one. I had said something similar before, but it was sincere, so I wanted to make sure she knew it again. I want to call you Kento-kun. Sophia shyly looked up at my face, her voice hesitant and uncertain. At that moment, my mind nearly short-circuited. What is this? She's way too cute. I had to hold myself back from hugging her tightly and instead forced a smile as I spoke. Well, if I call you Sophia, there's no reason why you can't call me Kento-kun, right? Ah. I guess that's true. Thank you. I could faintly hear an ahi sound, as Sophia's cheeks softened into a relaxed smile. If I hadn't known her usual self, and if I didn't understand that she was in a weakened state right now, I might have pushed her down. That was how irresistibly cute and unfairly charming she was. In fact, I almost felt like I was falling for her. While I was caught up in such internal conflict, Sophia pressed her face against my chest once more. And then, Kento-kun. She said my first name slowly, almost as if savoring it. Please stop. I couldn't hold on to my reason any longer. In just this one night, my self-control was teetering on the edge of collapse. As for what happened afterward, SUU. Not only had the storm settled, but it seemed like her emotions had completely calmed down from our conversation as well. Sophia, with her face still pressed against my chest, had unknowingly fallen asleep, breathing in a cute, steady rhythm. Being in the same bed like this, with her sleeping so peacefully, made me feel like she wasn't seeing me as a man, and it was a complicated feeling. But for now, I was just glad she was able to sleep. And also, since she had been unknowingly trying to break down my self-control over and over again, I was thankful she had fallen asleep. If she had kept clinging to me like that, I might have given in and done something I'd regret. That said, I was still lying here with her pressed up against me, and the feelings of her affection were still swirling inside me. If I didn't do something about this, I might end up making a move on her while she was sleeping. Damn it, I can't stand nights like this. I gritted my teeth and fought the urge, trying to hold myself back from doing anything while she slept. Section. Sophia's point of view. MN. Wrapped in the sensation of warmth, I slowly opened my eyes. I couldn't hear the alarm, but my thoughts were unusually clear. In fact, it might have been the best I've felt waking up in a while. For some reason, my heart felt incredibly calm. As I was thinking this, I suddenly realized something. There was something in front of me. Despite just waking up, my thoughts were clearer than usual, and at that moment, I instantly understood what it was. And then, when I slowly turned my gaze upward, there was Shirakoa-kun's face, softly breathing in his sleep. Wait, is this what I think it is? We slept together, didn't we? From the fact that we had both been in the same bed, I quickly reached that conclusion. It would have been fine if that was all, but slowly, memories of last night began to resurface. Yes, I had clung to him, terrified by the thunder and the blackout, crying and acting as if I were a little child, completely relying on him. No, I can't. I want to disappear. I wish there was a hole I could crawl into. Recalling that unbelievably embarrassing scene, I wanted nothing more than to vanish right then and there. Why does this always happen to me? I'm going to die from embarrassment. It must have been because I screamed. Shirakoa-kun furrowed his brows, looking uncomfortable as he shifted in his sleep. Not wanting him to wake up right now, I pressed my hands against my mouth, holding my breath. Soon, I could hear his steady breathing again. Thank goodness. If he had woken up now, I wouldn't have been able to face him. Honestly, I was terrified of what he might think of me right now. He had been treating me with that calm, kind expression, like an adult man with composure, but there was a possibility that, deep down, he was completely put off by me. He was kind enough not to show it, but still. It's so weird. Acting all cool, yet trembling like a child at the thunder and darkness. If he hated me, I might not be able to recover. But still, as long as he's sleeping next to me like this, I don't think he hates me at least. Come to think of it, not all the memories that resurfaced were bad. Yesterday, while I was being pampered by him, I had become even more clingy, and then I brought up how he should address me. Thinking back on that moment, I wanted to crawl into a hole again, but honestly, since the real me couldn't have done it, I thought it was a fine play on my part. In return, let's forget about everything that happened yesterday. As if it were that easy. If I could easily forget it, I wouldn't be struggling so much right now. Kento-kun. Taking advantage of the fact that he was asleep, I whispered his first name softly near his ear. But he was still asleep, showing no signs of waking up. Hee. Kento-kun, Kento-kun. I'd wanted to call his name like this for so long, and now, feeling delighted, I couldn't help but call it over and over again. If he woke up, I needed to make sure I could call him naturally, without any awkwardness. I had to get used to it now, while I had the chance. Besides, opportunities like this don't come often, so I decided to press my face against his chest as well. Since he was asleep, there was no need to worry about anything. It was fine to nuzzle my cheek against him. I've always been bad at relying on others, but for some reason, I just want to lean on Kento-kun. Well, I can't be honest and clingy when he's awake. Sometimes, I wish I could have been born with a more straightforward personality. And he still smells so nice. Speaking of which, I heard that people are drawn to the scent of others when their genetic compatibility is high. Maybe that's why I end up wanting to rely on him. As I leaned in like this, my heart felt warm, and I couldn't help but feel incredibly happy. I wanted to wake up to mornings like this every day. Hee, Kento-kun. I want to sleep together with him every day. Maybe I should ask him to do so on thunderstorm nights. As I called his name while thinking such mischievous thoughts. Immediately, I heard a familiar voice from above. I couldn't help but look up, only to meet Kento-kun's gaze as he smiled at me, looking a bit confused. This is. Caught off guard by the unexpected situation, I couldn't get the words out properly. My face was burning with heat, and sweat was dripping down my face. What should I do? I have to find a way to cover this up. I was just half asleep. In a panic, I quickly lied. But, he tilted his head, looking at me with a puzzled expression. It seemed like I had unconsciously used English again. I wasn't sure if he didn't understand it, or if it was because I had rambled so quickly that he couldn't catch it, but it only made the situation even more embarrassing. But I couldn't afford to back down now. I had to convince him, and fast. Why, you were happy to sleep with me, right? What am I even saying? No, that's not what I meant to say at all. Or rather, I'm the one who was happy that we could sleep together. In a panic, I said something completely ridiculous because I thought I needed to say something quickly. Yeah, that's true. Maybe he was put off by what I said, or maybe he was just taken aback by my momentum, but Kento-kun nodded hesitantly. I hoped it was the latter. And no, that's not it. What I meant to say. Worried that he might hate me now, I scrambled to correct myself. However, something gently landed on my head. It's okay, calm down. You were confused because we woke up together, right? It seemed that his hand had landed on my head, and he gently started to stroke my head. Despite being tickled by the sensation, normally this would have calmed my heart and given me a sense of comfort. But right now, all I felt was utterly miserable. To cover up my embarrassment, I said something careless and even sounded condescending, but Kento-kun remained calm and handled the situation like an adult. The truth was, it was my fault in the first place, and I should have handled things properly. This is where one's usual behavior and character really show. Compared to such a wonderful person, I felt like the lowest. I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. You're a girl, and it's perfectly normal to be surprised and flustered if you wake up next to a guy you're not dating. Even after I apologized, he continued to show that calm, mature side of him. Even though we were the same age, Kento-kun seemed years older than me. I couldn't help but wonder if he was really a high schooler. I was surprised. But it wasn't that I didn't like it. At least, I thought I should clarify that so he wouldn't misunderstand. Even though my image might have dropped a little, as long as he knows that I wasn't bothered with sleeping together with him, I still believe there's a chance to redeem myself someday. What I'm really scared of is him misunderstanding me and not being able to sleep together in the future. Especially on those stormy nights when I'm completely dependent on him to stay calm. I see. Just make sure you don't push yourself too hard, okay? Even though it wasn't his idea to sleep together, and I had clung to him for it, he still tried to be considerate as if it were his responsibility. That only tightened my chest even more. I'm not pushing myself. I'm just scared of thunder and the dark. So, having you sleep with me made me feel really reassured. Not to mention, I was really happy to be able to sleep with you. I said it in Japanese first, but then quickly corrected myself in English. It felt more accurate to say I was happy rather than reassured. But correcting myself in English was a sign of my weakness. I was afraid to express that I was happy because I thought he might dislike me. If he rejected me and started distancing himself, I knew I wouldn't be able to recover from it. Everyone has things they don't like or are afraid of, and it can't be helped. I'm really glad you relied on me. Really, he's so kind. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's too kind. He told me before that he was happy when I relied on him, but hearing him say it with a smile after I had done so felt like a lifeline to me. It made me feel like it was okay to rely on him, that it was really all right. I love him. With that feeling building inside me, I pressed my face against his chest. Chapter 4. The British stepsister wants to get along with the Yamato Nadeshiko. Coach, Kuudere-san, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Would that be all right? The day after the incident with Sophia at night, I headed over to Coach and Kuudere-san, who were talking to each other after practice. It was convenient that they were both here. Kento-kun? You've got quite the determined look on your face. What's up? Kuudere-san looked at me with a puzzled expression, while Coach grinned in amusement as he turned toward me. I know it's a bit selfish of me to bring up something personal before the tournament, but it's nothing to worry about. It's a coach's job to make sure the players are in their best condition for the competition. That's right. Feel free to say whatever's on your mind. Coach crossed his arms with a smile, while Kuudere-san looked at me with a warm, radiant expression. Because it was these two, I felt I could bring this up. I know it's a topic we already discussed on the bus after the match, but I'd like to have my sister, Sophia, join the club as a manager. I tried to explain as simply as possible, and though Kuudere-san didn't say anything, her surprised expression spoke for itself. When Shuto tried to recruit her, she had refused so adamantly, yet now my stance had done a complete 180, and I was the one trying to bring Sophia into the club. That was probably why they were surprised. What made you change your mind? The coach stared intently at my face. He didn't seem angry, but it was clear he was curious about my sudden change of opinion. Since he wasn't trying to pressure me, I didn't feel particularly uneasy. Sophia wants this. That's why I want to support her. Shirakawa-san? It must have been difficult to imagine coming from Sophia, as Kuudere-san murmured her name with a look of surprise. I had felt the same when Jessica-san first told me, so I couldn't blame her. Shirakawa Sophia said that herself? Yes, I heard it directly from her. I had expected the coach to ask for confirmation, so I immediately nodded in response to his question. The coach was a laid-back and fun guy outside of baseball, but he didn't like actions taken without the person's genuine will behind them. Especially when it comes to actions or opinions that are merely influenced by others rather than stemming from one's own will, he tends to reject them outright. On the other hand, if it's something the person truly desires, He is always willing to offer his full support. Then it's fine, isn't it? I have no reason to refuse. I hadn't been too worried, but the coach grinned cheerfully. He had been the one trying to provoke Shuto into recruiting Sophia in the first place, so it wasn't surprising that he wouldn't object now. Even though he was a coach for the sports program, he was still a teacher, so he must have heard the rumors about Sophia. Yet, he didn't oppose the idea. I welcome her too. If there's anything you need help with, don't hesitate to ask. I'll gladly cooperate. Kujuin-san nodded with a smile. Since she had interacted with Sophia directly and even mentioned that she was a very good girl, she likely had no concerns. Now I get why you wanted to consult Kujuin too. I've heard plenty of bad rumors about Shirakawa Sophia. You want her to be accepted by the other club members, right? The coach winked and asked with a playful grin. As expected, he had already figured out what I was thinking. Well, yeah. There will definitely be some club members who feel uneasy about her joining. Given that she was famous for not getting close to others, the idea of her joining a baseball team, a sport that relies heavily on communication, was bound to rub some members the wrong way. Considering that this team was seriously aiming to win the Koshien tournament, it wouldn't be surprising if some players wanted to eliminate any potential uncertainties. At the very least, her presence would cause some unease. Well, I don't think you need to worry too much about that. Once they know you're involved, they won't be concerned, right? Ha! Kento-kun wouldn't do anything that harms the club. If there were any issues with Shirakawa-san, you'd make sure to address them before letting her join. Everyone trusts you on that. Exactly. As I tilted my head in confusion, Kujuin-san added with a smile, and the coach nodded in agreement. Realizing the level of trust they had in me made my back feel strangely itchy. Kujuin beat me to it, but if anything comes up, don't hesitate to ask. I'll help however I can. Thank you. The warmth in the coach's words made me bow my head deeply in gratitude. I was truly glad that he was our coach. Well, it was precisely because he was the coach that I was standing here now. Really, don't hesitate to ask for anything, okay? Kujuin-san. In that case, if I may ask something right away. Sure, what is it? Would you have lunch with me tomorrow? Taking her words to heart, I invited her to lunch, and Kujuin-san froze on the spot. And then, pfweh, with an almost audible boom, her face turned bright red as she let out a strange sound. Ha! Oh, you're quite smooth, aren't you? As I stood there confused by Kujuin-san's reaction, the coach smirked and threw in a teasing remark. This guy never misses a chance to mess with me. No, Sophia isn't used to interacting with people, so I thought it would be good for her to get closer to Kujuin-san first. I figured that out of everyone in this school, you would be the best person to get along with her, given how kind you are. Sophia, having been helped by Kujuin-san before, always behaved politely toward her. Even when they passed each other in school, I had seen Sophia bow her head in greeting, even if she didn't say anything. When Kujuin-san accompanied her to see the teachers, she had been nothing but respectful. More than anything, Kujuin-san had an almost supernatural ability to get along with anyone. If there was someone best suited to help Sophia get used to people, it was her. Of course, I had already gotten Sophia's approval beforehand. That makes sense. You two always eat together. After all, of course, I'd be happy to join you. Kujuin-san, seemingly understanding my intentions, nodded vigorously, looking a little flustered but determined. She was quick to catch on, which was a relief. However, as the coach watched our exchange, he suddenly muttered, "You better be careful. One day, some girl's gonna stab you." A strangely ominous warning. Don't just say something that's scary out of nowhere. Nah, I've kind of suspected it for a while, but you're in pretty deep, you know? I thought he was just joking, but the coach placed a serious hand on my shoulder, looking genuinely concerned. Wait, did I say something that bad? Sure, Kujuin-san was incredibly popular with both guys and girls, and there were probably plenty of students who wanted to have lunch with her, but... there are people you've been eating with before, right? Is that going to be okay? Kujuin-san usually ate lunch in her classroom, and given her popularity, there had to be people she regularly ate with. If she had to turn them down just to join us, I'd feel guilty about it. That was probably what the coach was worried about, too. You don't have to worry about that. If anything, I'm more concerned about whether I'd be intruding. After nodding reassuringly, Kuudere-san tilted her head slightly and looked up at me, as if trying to gauge my reaction. She knew that I usually had lunch with Sophia, so she was probably wondering if she'd be getting in the way of something. To be honest, a part of me was disappointed. But right now, Sophia's feelings took priority over anything I might feel. Rather, having you there would be a great help. I see. Kuudere-san let out a relieved expression and tucked her hair behind her ear with her fingers. Being as considerate as she was, she must have been more worried than I thought about whether she would be intruding. Well, with you guys, things probably won't turn into a battlefield. Good luck. Perhaps realizing he was no longer needed, the coach waved his hand lazily and walked off. Since he had already offered his support, I knew he'd help if I asked, so there was nothing to worry about anymore. We're meeting at the usual spot behind the school building, right? Yes, that's correct. Sorry for the trouble, and I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to it. With just those words, Kuudere-san turned and lightly ran off. She was still in her jersey, so she had probably gone to change. Then, as if taking her place, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. So, you've decided to let Shirakawa Sophia join the team? Shuto. When I turned around, Shuto was standing there, now changed into his uniform, staring at me intently. For someone like him, who wanted me to focus solely on baseball, this situation probably wasn't to his liking. Are you against it? Chem. Why would I be? When I asked, he looked at me with a puzzled expression. I was in favor of her joining from the start. I'm not going to suddenly oppose it now. That's true, but there are a few issues that need to be resolved before she can actually join. I need to take action for that to happen. Doesn't that bother you? At the very least, I had to focus on something unrelated to baseball. That wasn't what Shuto wanted. Saying it doesn't bother me would be a lie. Shuto shoved both hands into his uniform pockets and leaned against the clubroom wall. His gaze was directed toward the night sky, where countless shining stars floated. That's an unusually indecisive statement from you. Shuto was the type to speak his mind clearly, for better or worse. For him to say something so ambiguous was rare. I don't think it's good to be thinking about anything other than baseball before the tournament. Especially for you, Kento. You already spend three times as much time as anyone else analyzing and preparing for the matches. You shouldn't have room for anything else. Shuto had a point. As a catcher, I had to study the data and watch the videos of not only our upcoming opponents but also potential ones. I needed to analyze their pitching patterns and devise strategies for our own battery. On top of that, my batting style wasn't based purely on instinct or raw talent. I relied on careful analysis of the opposing pitcher's repertoire and their battery's patterns to predict the next pitch. That meant even more preparation was required. Unlike the cleanup hitters from powerhouse schools, who could rely on their natural hitting instincts and daily practice, I had to make sure I was fully prepared for every at-bat. I won't let it affect the team. You're going to cut into your sleep time to prepare. That's just going to affect your condition on game day. So, you are against it after all? Since I couldn't refute his logic, I decided to hear him out instead. It wasn't a lie that he said he wouldn't oppose it, but the more I listened, the more it sounded like he was opposing it. I wanted to know why he said he wasn't against it if that was the case. That was only one complaint. Of course, if there's something that can bring more benefit, I'd naturally agree. Are you saying that, for Sophia's sake, I can push myself beyond my limits? But that's just baseless. In other words, it was just something the coach had said. Shuto didn't voice it, but I could tell it irked him. Baseless? There's evidence. In the summer tournament, Kento carried everyone's feelings and produced results. That's more than enough reason to trust you. He was referring to the summer tournament, probably the semifinal and final. I was used as a pinch hitter in both the semifinals and the finals, where I was entrusted with crucial moments in both matches. It seemed like that was the example Shuto was drawing on. That was just 2 instances. Exactly. But in those 2 games, you were extraordinary. And just the other day, when you were taking care of Shirakawa Sophia, I saw the same intensity. In the semi-final and final, you carried the feelings of us and the third years. And in that last match, if you put in more effort for Shirakawa Sophia, then it all makes sense. Shuto, who had been staring at the night sky, now turned his gaze back at me, his eyes filled with a powerful resolve. Shuto's gaze was serious. In other words, he truly believed that when I carry the emotions of my teammates or when it's for someone important, I can bring out more than my usual strength. And he was probably trying to say that on the day I was looking after Sophia, I showed something close to the level I had in the semifinals and finals of the summer tournament. It was true that I had been more focused than usual that day. But if that's the case, then doesn't that mean I can bring it out when I'm pushed during a match? I figured that I hadn't yet been under that kind of pressure in an official game, but if I could show the same strength as during the summer tournament by carrying my teammates' emotions, then Sophia's presence wouldn't really make a difference. Shuto should understand that. Our goal is to win the Koshien. Where did that come from? I was caught off guard by Shuto suddenly changing the topic, my confusion showing. We'll be facing schools with monsters, with players who are called beasts, especially those with star players. Against schools like that, it's too late to act once we're pushed. There are games where we won't even have the chance to get to you in the final inning. So, I need you to be ready to handle that pressure, always. For that, Shirakawa Sophia is necessary. So that's the reason Shuto was so insistent on Sophia. It seemed like Shuto thought that if it was for Sophia, I could maintain the highest level of focus from start to finish. In reality, it wasn't that simple, but I get what you're saying, Shuto. You're saying that the benefits outweigh the risks, and that's why you're okay with welcoming Sophia, right? It seemed that Shuto was still only thinking about baseball, as always. It's not just that. What? There's more. Yeah, actually, this part is more important. I thought the conversation had ended, but apparently, there was something even more important to discuss. What could it be? It's not just the coach or Kuudere-san. If there's anything you need, you can count on me too. If we resolve the Sophia situation quickly, we'll be able to enter the next tournament in the best condition, right? I couldn't help but take a sharp breath at Shuto's words. I never expected that he would offer to help with something outside of baseball. If we can't make it in time for the tournament, you don't need to force yourself, Kento. Even if it's the first match, I'll pitch. And until we face a tough team, you can take a more calculated approach with your lead, not just try to strike them out. Even though he's the ace, Shuto won't pitch every game. In fact, the coach's policy is to not rely solely on him, but to use other pitchers when possible in order to prevent wasting Shuto's talent and energy. Since the coach is someone who retired from professional baseball due to an injury, this policy is even more important to him. However, it seems that Shuto is willing to pitch despite going against that policy. Not only that, but if we're facing a high school that can be handled with pure strength, it looks like he's willing to go with a more aggressive approach, ignoring the finer details of the pitch strategy. The truth is, for someone like Shuto, who is considered the #1 player in the prefecture, it's actually harder to rely on a hit-and-run strategy against teams other than the top-ranking ones. That's because his fast, hard-hitting fastballs and sharp, well-executed breaking balls are so difficult to hit, it's almost a challenge just to make contact. However, if he keeps striking batters out, Shuto's stamina and arm will wear out. That's why a strategy that involves making batters hit the ball rather than striking them out is necessary, and I was analyzing the opponent to plan that lead. So, if he's okay with taking a more forceful approach with strikes, then my burden will be lighter. I never expected you'd say that. Thanks. I decided that, even though I wouldn't want to rely on him too much, if it came down to it, I would lean on Shuto. It felt like the right thing to do, especially since he was the one who offered his help first. I'm the one who practically dragged you into this, Kento. I've always felt I need to repay you for that favor from back then. I can understand what Shuto is saying. However, I should be the one who's grateful. The reason I'm here right now is all because of him. Yeah, if anyone complains about Shirakawa Sophia joining, I'll shut them up. As I was silently thanking Shuto in my heart, I heard something rather ominous. If we do that, then Shirakawa Sophia could join right away, don't you think? After facing Shuto for so long, I knew that look. He was serious. Please don't. It's definitely going to end badly if you do that. What? You can't turn down someone's kindness like that. No, I get it. I know you're saying it out of kindness, Shuto, but please, just don't. I could only see a future filled with arguments, and if I forced her to join like that, I knew that somewhere down the line, someone's dissatisfaction would explode. If there's ever a time I need your help, I won't hesitate to ask, but for now, trust me and leave it to me. Is that so? Well, if you say it like that. I understand. It seemed like Shuto had decided to just quietly watch. Thank goodness. I almost ended up with an unexpected bombshell just before the tournament. With the discussion wrapped up, I headed home, and Shuto returned to the dorm. Section. Kento-kun, Shirakawa-san, I'm here. On the following Monday, during lunch break, as I waited with Sophia behind the usual school building, Kuudere-san popped her head out from around the corner. She usually has a cheerful image, but today, she seemed to be in an especially good mood. Kuudere-san, welcome. Thanks for coming. I bowed my head, and Sophia, who was standing next to me, followed suit and bowed as well. Kuudere-senpai, thank you for coming. When I glanced at her, Sophia had a tense smile on her face, and she seemed to be stiff with nervousness. She wasn't very used to talking to anyone other than me, so she probably felt she had to be polite, which made her nervous. Good afternoon to both of you. Thanks for inviting me. Kuudere-san smiled brightly, then sat down next to the spot where Sophia's lunchbox was placed. Sophia, go ahead and sit down. I gently encouraged Sophia to sit next to Kuudere-san, giving her a light push on the back. Sophia, still nervous, had a somewhat hesitant expression on her face. It's okay, I'll back you up if anything happens. Kento-kun. Thank you. When I whispered in her ear, it seemed to solidify her resolve, and finally, Sophia sat next to Kuudere-san. I sat beside Sophia, and as we ate our lunch, I decided to watch over the two of them for now. This is the second time we're talking like this. I wanted to get along with Shirakawa-san, so I'm really happy. As expected from Kuudere-san. She noticed that Sophia was nervous and seemed to understand that she wasn't good at initiating conversations, so she took the initiative to speak. In response, Sophia. Thank you. She was so timid, it was like she was a borrowed cat, huddled and quiet. Who is this girl? That's strange. I thought they were talking just fine before. It seemed like Sophia had already reached her limit, as she grabbed the sleeve of my shirt with her fingers. She must be asking for help. Try to do your best on your own first. If I help her this soon, she won't change. Though it pains me, sometimes pushing someone away is necessary. You're so mean. Well, Sophia pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. No, it's not that I'm being mean. This is for Sophia's own good. Kuudere-san peeked out from behind Sophia and glanced at me. From her gaze, it seemed like she was asking, what should I do? So, I nodded, signaling with my expression, don't worry, just go for it. Sophia was probably aware of this since she had been looking at my face, but she was the one who needed to try. She was able to talk before, so it's likely just a matter of her mindset. Is the special preparatory course really faster paced in terms of lessons? By bringing up something that Sophia is good at, Kuudere-san seemed to be trying to create an atmosphere where she could speak more easily. In response, Sophia gave a small, subtle nod. And that was it. Did I make a mistake by having her talk to Kuudere-san? It clearly seemed like she was too nervous to speak freely, probably out of concern for how she was being perceived. Sophia would probably talk easily with someone she didn't mind at all. And likely, she would speak without worrying even if she unintentionally hurt the other person. Until now, Sophia had always spoken like this, but of course, she couldn't afford to be rude to Kuudere-san, who had come all this way for her. That's why she must have been hesitant to speak freely. If things continued like this, she might end up developing a sense of unease about interacting with others. Don't worry too much. I don't mind anything anyone says. I had intended to say something to shift the atmosphere, but Kujuin-san gave a warm, kind smile and gently placed her hand over Sophia's, as if to reassure her. It seemed like she understood that Sophia was trying to be considerate of her. And with that, Sophia slowly began to speak. I'm sorry. I haven't really talked much with others until now, so it seems like I'm not good at this. Sophia was confronting her own shortcomings and revealing them. It must have taken a lot of courage for her to open up about her weaknesses to someone else, but she seemed to be trying to be sincere with Kujuin-san, who was willing to listen. In response, Kujuin-san gave her another soft, reassuring smile. Yeah, it's fine. I understand completely, so don't worry. Just talk like you do with Kento-kun, okay? For now, I decided to leave it to Kujuin-san. In the midst of it, I figured I should occasionally step in and help guide the conversation. That felt like the best approach. After all, Kujuin-san's smile was something that brought a sense of security. Talk like you do with Kento-kun. Sophia glanced at my face for a moment. When I nodded with a smile, she blushed lightly and quickly shifted her gaze back to Kujuin-san, as if escaping. I might have made a mistake there. I think the special preparatory course is quite fast-paced. Everyone seems to be desperately trying to keep up. I figured. It looks tough from the outside. By the way, Kujuin-senpai, I heard you always beat the special preparatory course in the general academic tests. Sophia seemed to recall something during our conversation with Kujuin-san and brought up the topic of the tests. In the sports course, the tests weren't even really emphasized. In fact, they were treated as something that occasionally disrupted the regular schedule, taking place every few months. I didn't know Kujuin-san was that good at academics. Ahaha. It's not like there are a lot of tests, and the scope is adjusted in the general course to be easier, so it's just that I'm at an advantage. It's not really something to brag about. Kujuin-san laughed awkwardly and shifted her gaze. But the reality was probably different. Even though the scope was different, there was no way students from a specialized, elite course focused on academics would lose to someone from the general course. These students would have studied for the all-course tests, and if they had lost once, they'd push themselves even harder to win the next time. The fact that Kujuin-san kept winning just showed how good she was. Aren't you planning to move to the special preparatory course? I thought there might have been talk of it during the promotion period. It seemed impossible that a student who could beat the special preparatory course would be left as is by the school. There was a high chance that the topic of switching courses had come up. I don't really like studying. And I want to prioritize the baseball club, so I declined. That was unexpected. It was a bit of a biased assumption, but she seemed like someone who would enjoy studying. Was something bothering you? Kujuin-san tilted her head slightly, looking at Sophia with a curious gaze, as if she had something on her mind regarding Sophia's earlier statement. Sophia, caught under that gaze, averted her eyes, scratching her cheek nervously before speaking up. It's not that it's a bother, but, well, sometimes I hear people say that if I were born a year earlier, the special preparatory course could have been on top instead. I see. The teachers in the special preparatory course must really be unable to accept the fact that they're losing to the general course. It seems they're complaining that they wish Sophia had been born a year earlier, so she could have helped them win against Kujuin-san. Well, that's none of my business, honestly. Haha. Sorry about that. No. It's more of a problem for the people in the special preparatory course to deal with. I wonder how good Kujuin-san really is at studying. I knew she was smart, but with so few comparisons, it's hard to gauge just how good she is. Though, the fact that she can beat the special preparatory course, that must mean she's really amazing. There's no rule that says you can't join a club just because you're in the special preparatory course, right? I was pretty sure there wasn't an issue, but I decided to ask just to be sure. Yeah, there's no such rule, and in fact, there are some people who are in clubs. So, there's no problem if you want to join the baseball club, Shirokawa-san. Kujuin-san smiled and responded to my question with a bright smile. That means it's not that she doesn't want to switch to the special preparatory course because she wants to continue being a manager. Now that I think about it, did she originally want to attend this school? I just wish I had the knack and the brains that Kujuin-senpai has. At Sophia's quiet muttering, Kuudere-san froze for a moment, which was unusual for her. Sophia had said it innocently, but I wondered if it might have sounded like a jab to Kuudere-san, especially since she was unaware of Sophia's background. After all, Sophia was rumored to be a genius, possibly the best in the school's history. In reality, Sophia spent most of her time studying from morning to night to maintain her current grades, while Kuudere-san, despite being in the general course and spending time with the baseball club, still managed to outshine those in the special preparatory course. It was understandable that Sophia might feel envious of Kuudere-san's success, and now I realized I might need to follow up with Kuudere-san later to clear things up. Basically, Sophia wants to stay a special scholarship student and join the club, but that means she has to figure out a way to balance her studies. Especially because, if she joins the club, she'll have to quit her cram school. This is the main issue. Honestly, I think we can manage the communication part with the club members. She may be clumsy, but she's not a bad person. If Kuudere-san and I step in and help, Sophia should be able to bond with the club members. But as for the studies, I don't have any clear solutions yet. If she joins the club, she won't be able to attend cram school like she did before, and with the late hours, joining a different cram school won't be easy either. It would be great if Sophia could make up for it with self-study, but considering she was in a cram school up until now, it seems unlikely. That sounds tough. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, how do you manage, Kuudere-san? I guess Sophia will soon find herself in a situation similar to Kuudere-san's. In fact, since Sophia is in the special preparatory course, which has more classes focused on academics, she's actually in a better environment for studying than Kuudere-san was. If we use Kuudere-san as a reference, maybe Sophia can figure out a way to handle everything well in the future. Me. I just review what we learned in class and do some preparation for upcoming lessons, then study for tests during the exam periods. That's pretty much it. With her finger on her lips and looking up at the sky, Kuudere-san generously shared her approach. All I could think was, this is why geniuses are unfair. I almost felt sorry for the senpai students in the special preparatory course. Sophia also seemed unsatisfied, staring at Kuudere-san with a look of frustration. From her perspective, she was probably envious. She wants to do what Kuudere-san does, being a manager and balancing it with academics, so I can understand why she feels that way. Before Kuudere-san notices, I lightly pat Sophia's shoulder. Her expression shifts to realization, and she seems to snap out of her thoughts. I can't do what Kuudere-senpai does. For someone as proud as Sophia to admit she has trouble managing things, it's clear she struggles with studying. That's why she puts so much effort into cramming. She'd probably be better off accepting that her situation is different from Kuudere-san's. There's a lot to memorize in the special preparatory course. It's not like I can just do it the way someone in the general course would. I just wish there was someone who could teach me. If I were as smart as Kuudere-san, maybe I could do it too. But unfortunately, I'm far worse at studying than Sophia. I wish I could hire a tutor, but who would come at such a late hour? Oh, wait. That's a good idea. Thank you, Kuudere-san. What? Did I do something? When I expressed my thanks, Kuudere-san blinked a few times, looking confused. Whoops, I got so excited that I skipped a few things. Well, thanks to you, Kuudere-san, I've come up with a solution for the study situation. It's not entirely clear yet, but it looks like it'll work out somehow. I still need her agreement, but she probably won't refuse. She's pretty soft on Sophia. Really? When I mentioned that I had figured out a solution, Sophia looked up at me with a pleading look, trying to confirm it. She's the one most worried about this, so I imagine she's holding on to this like a lifeline. Yeah, I'll talk to you about it when we get home. For now, Sophia, you need to work on getting used to being around other people. Even though the study situation seems solved, if the communication issue still isn't working out, then it's all for nothing. Since Kuudere-san made time for this, I figured we could discuss things at home. But then, Kento-kun, you're surprisingly secretive, aren't you? For some reason, Kuudere-san gave me a lonely expression. Is that so? Well, it's fine. By the way, how about we change how we address each other? After laughing helplessly, Kuudere-san turned her gaze toward Sophia. Change how we address each other? Yeah. I know it's usually something you do once your relationship deepens, but I thought it might be nice to change it up. You know, calling each other by first names kind of makes it feel like the distance between us shrinks, don't you think? She said that and deliberately glanced at me. She was probably hinting that since Sophia and I call each other by our first names, we look pretty close to each other. And I have to admit, she's right. Since we started calling each other by our first names, I feel much closer to her than when we used our last names. First name. Nadeshiko-senpai, right? As expected, Sophia is quite sharp. Even though it was a difficult situation when she introduced herself, soaking wet, I still remembered Kuudere-san's first name. Yeah, that's right. Thanks. I'll call you Sophia-chan, okay? Sophia-chan. Sophia squirmed a little, probably because she wasn't used to being called that. The only person who calls her by her first name like that is my dad. But that's for a different reason. Kento-kun, you can call me by my first name too, you know? Maybe because I was also present, Kuudere-san turned to me as well. She must have been trying to be considerate. I smiled and made sure to convey that I wasn't bothered by it. No, it's fine. If I called Kuudere-san by her first name, I'd probably get all kinds of reactions from the coach and the other club members. They'd definitely see me as an enemy and make things really tough for me. Somehow, I'm sorry. For some reason, Sophia suddenly apologized, and Kuudere-san started nodding repeatedly with a smile on her face. Ah. No, it's fine. I know this is how he is. Really, it's all good. Behind Kuudere-san, I thought I saw some kind of dark aura, and maybe, just maybe, even though she was smiling, she was actually angry. I wasn't sure, but I could feel a cold sweat trickling down my back. Nadeshiko-senpai, do you enjoy being a manager? Just as the tense atmosphere seemed about to take over, Sophia nervously asked Kuudere-san this question. Maybe despite her admiration for being a manager, she didn't know what it actually entailed. And, of course, she was probably curious. The strange pressure on Kuudere-san seemed to lift after being asked the question. Thanks to Sophia, it seemed like Kuudere-san's anger had subsided. Of course I enjoy it. If I didn't, I'd have quit a long time ago. It's tough, though. Kuudere-san likely said this with the intent of making the atmosphere more approachable. She shrugged playfully and gave a cute wink. That said, it must indeed be tough. Not only does she have to prepare drinks for the team members, but she also has to restock if they run low, and make onigiri too. And that's not all, she also has to do the cleaning and maintain the equipment, among many other tasks. For Kuudere-san, she also helps by organizing data and assisting with analysis, so it must really be a lot of work. Sophia seems strong with data and analysis too, so it's likely Kuudere-san would appreciate her help in the future. What's the most fun part of it? I'd say, after all, it's probably cheering for the team during the matches. Since I'm part of the team too, I get really fired up, and I think I can feel the same joy the players do when we win. I see. I thought I saw Sophia's eyes sparkle, perhaps with the desire to be a part of it too. She probably wants to be involved in that atmosphere. To help her achieve that, I need to make sure I do my best. I'll be waiting for you, Sophia-chan. I'll do my best. Don't worry. Kento-kun will figure something out. Right, Onii-chan. As I observed the conversation, I was suddenly called out by Kuudere-san. Her deliberately exaggerated Onii-chan call seemed like a way to get back at me for making her angry earlier. Honestly, I still have no idea why I upset her. I'll do my best, so that I don't rely only on Kento-kun. I see, that's admirable. When Sophia showed her determination to not depend completely on me, Kuudere-san nodded with a gentle smile. In reality, this problem couldn't be overcome by relying solely on me. After all, when it came to studying, there was no other option but for Sophia to work hard, and in terms of communication, it was ultimately up to her. All I could do was help and provide a good environment for her. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but could you continue to help us starting tomorrow? Yeah, I understand. I'm enjoying talking with Sophia-chan too, so don't worry about it, okay? When I looked to her for reassurance, She offered me a kind smile and words of comfort. It seems like I can safely assume that she's not angry with me anymore. Are you really enjoying it? Sophia, who hadn't really been able to talk comfortably with others before, must have still felt some anxiety. She lowered her gaze, looking at Kuudere-san, as if gauging her reaction. Yeah, it's really fun. I want to talk to you more in the future too. I wasn't sure whether Kuudere-san was just being considerate or if she genuinely felt that way, but from the way it seemed, she was really enjoying herself. At the very least, I don't think she had a bad impression. I'm glad. Sophia let out a relieved sigh, her hand gently resting on her chest as she seemed to relax. Sophia probably had her reasons for not being able to connect with others before, but deep down, she likely wanted to get along with people all along. Hehe, looking forward to working with you from now on. Yeah, it seems like Kuudere-san is handling this perfectly. I'm glad I asked her for help. Oh, Kento-kun, you're going to do your usual swing practice, right? As I closed the lid of my lunchbox after finishing, Kuudere-san spoke up. She had known about my swing practice before, even before all the matters with Sophia. I wasn't sure how she found out, though. Yeah, that's right. Kuudere-san, it's fine for you to return to the classroom. I felt bad about having her stay with me for the entire lunch break, so I had only asked her to stay while we ate. Once we finished, she was supposed to go back to the classroom. Or at least, that was the plan. Sophia-chan is staying, right? For some reason, Kuudere-san didn't seem to want to go back to the classroom and instead seemed more interested in what Sophia would do next. Yes, I usually stay here until lunch break ends. Well then, I guess I'll stay here until lunch break is over too. Is that okay, Kento-kun? Go ahead. I nodded after a brief pause in response to Kuudere-san, who tilted her head with a bright smile. To be honest, I was a bit embarrassed about being watched, but I couldn't just ask for a favor and then dismiss the other person's request. Besides, her staying meant that Sophia would have more opportunities to get used to interacting with others. I should take advantage of Kuudere-san's kindness. If that's the case, feel free to talk without worrying about me. Normally, Sophia would stay quiet to avoid distracting me, but that was partly because she didn't have anyone else to talk to. As long as I wasn't the one talking to her, small talk wouldn't distract me, so I wanted her to feel free to chat. Thank you, I'll do that. Naturally, I thought that Kuudere-san understood my intentions and said that in response, but then, wait, they're staring at me. As soon as I began my swings, both of them went silent. I felt their intense gaze on me, so I glanced over, and sure enough, both of them were staring at me. This was making me extremely uncomfortable. It's really okay for you to talk, you know? Yeah, I know. Right, Sophia-chan? Yes, I understand. Well then, why aren't you talking? Is it because you can't talk without me intervening? But wait, just now, Kuudere-san was leading the conversation just fine. I wanted to call them out on it, but they weren't just any pair. One was Sophia, and the other was my senpai, so I held back and swallowed my frustration. This is seriously awkward. In the end, they both remained silent, watching me until I finished my practice. Section. Dad, please help me. It was right after we had finished dinner together. I bowed my head to my father. Hey, what's going on all of a sudden? You're not acting like yourself. Since I rarely bow to my father, he seemed confused. Jessica-san looked surprised and turned to me, while the only one who knew the reason, Sophia, also bowed her head just like I did. Dad, please. Sophia-chan too. What's going on with both of you? First, raise your heads and explain what's happening. The moment Sophia, his stepdaughter, bowed too, my father was clearly shaken. Good, we've completely shifted the pace to ours. I'm sorry for asking this out of the blue, but I'd like you to be Sophia's tutor. Not only does Dad work as a math teacher at the high school where Jessica-san teaches English, but he also graduated from a high-ranking school and university, so his academic background is impressive. Apparently, my dad had worked part-time as a high school tutor during his university days, so there couldn't be anyone more qualified than him. And since he lives in the same house, he can adjust his time accordingly. The only issue is that I'm asking my dad, who's probably tired after work, but I'm sure he'll make an effort for his beloved daughter. Sophia-chan's tutor? I could understand if it was for you, Kento, with your bad grades, but Sophia-chan doesn't need that, does she? Hey, Dad. Don't just casually diss your son like that. Besides, my bad grades were only up until middle school. My grades are good now in the sports course, which has easy tests. Even back in middle school, I was barely below average, so I don't think it's something worth throwing shade at me for. Feeling slightly disgruntled, I complained silently in my head. Could it be that you want to quit the cram school? Unlike my dad, Jessica-san seemed to quickly figure out the reason for the request, sensing her own daughter's feelings. It would be more natural to ask Jessica, her biological mother, for help. However, she teaches English, which happens to be Sophia's strongest subject. Therefore, it wasn't really a priority. Since Sophia can manage English on her own, I decided to ask my dad instead. Yeah, I want to join the baseball club and become the manager. To do that, I'll need to quit cram school due to time constraints. Dad, hearing this for the first time, was surprised and looked at me with suspicion. But even if he glared at me, I hadn't done anything wrong. Any misunderstandings would likely be cleared up by Jessica-san later. She had already subtly pinched Dad's cheek to stop him from glaring. It's hard to tell because he's so kind, but my dad has somehow been completely dominated by Jessica. She'll be using the study time she had for cram school for the baseball club, and honestly, I'm not sure how well she'll be able to maintain my grades with a tutor. However, I'd like to try this approach first, and if her grades drop significantly, we can consider other options. I answered Jessica-san like that. To be honest, even though Dad has tutoring experience, I'm not sure what the outcome will be. As a teacher, his skills are likely still sharp, but when compared to a cram school instructor, there's a good chance his expertise outside of his specialized subject could be lacking. On top of that, since the time Sophia used to spend studying independently at home would now be used for her tutoring sessions, her total study time would be significantly less compared to when she was attending cram school. How much of her intelligence she can compensate for this reduction in study time is something we won't know until we try. I see. I understand the situation. Jessica-san, who had originally wanted Sophia to join the baseball club, likely wouldn't oppose this idea. The real issue was how to block off any possible escape routes for Dad. Or so I thought. I have 2 conditions. If you agree to them, you can quit the cram school. Unexpectedly, Jessica-san asked us to accept her conditions. This twist was completely unforeseen, so both Sophia and I exchanged looks. Don't worry, I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. For the first condition, I'll take over teaching all subjects except for math. Jessica-san is going to teach. But, well, she is fluent in Japanese, but I haven't heard that she studied in Japan. Given that she hasn't been taught subjects like history, geography, or classical literature, subjects that Japanese students learn, wouldn't that be a bit too much for her? I'm not too worried about Dad, as he's already traveled this path, but don't worry. She's far smarter than I am and very diligent, so she has a deep understanding of Japanese history, classical literature, and many other subjects. If she's teaching Sophia, she's far more qualified than I am. Noticing that Sophia and I were both confused, Dad added that explanation. So, Sophia's sharp mind comes from Jessica-san, I guess. As someone who doesn't know Jessica-san's background in detail, I do feel a bit uncertain about whether I should take Dad's word for it. But surprisingly, Dad is a very responsible person. Given that he made this suggestion after understanding the situation, I'm inclined to believe that Jessica-san is indeed diligent and knowledgeable about history, and it's likely not a lie. It might actually be easier for Jessica-san to teach than Dad, who's not her biological parent. Maybe I should give it a try and leave it to her. If it doesn't work, I can always ask again. And since this was a condition put forward, I don't have much choice but to accept. I think it's fine if we go with Jessica-san, but is that okay with you, Sophia? Since I had originally told her I'd ask Dad, I needed to confirm things with her now that the plan was changing. Why, yeah. Sophia slowly nodded her head. She seemed shaken, but it was probably because it was now going to be Jessica-san, not Dad, who would be teaching her. Wait, no. It looks less like she's just shaken, and more like she's actually scared. What is she so scared of? The answer came to me right away. Hehe, you can leave it to me. She's my daughter, after all. I'll make sure to teach her well. Oh, I'll be tough about it, of course. With her hand on her cheek, Jessica-san smiled sweetly, her expression so lovely. Behind her, it almost looked like flames were burning up. She's fired up. Eek. Faced with her switched-on mother, Sophia couldn't help but flinch and let out a startled noise. So, Jessica-san might usually be gentle, but it seems she has a scary side after all. Well, I'm glad it's not me. Looks like it's definitely better than having Dad teach her. With that kind of enthusiasm, I'm sure she'll keep a close eye on Sophia's studies. She seems so strict, almost like a demon, so honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Sophia's grades not only stayed the same but actually improved. You're so nonchalant about this. Well, the person who should be most concerned, Sophia, is on the verge of tears. There's nothing I can do to swap places with her, so it can't be helped. Let's start by trying it tonight. We'll use the time she normally spends on self-study. Once she quits cram school, we'll continue like this, so getting used to it is important. Hey, Kento-kun, my mom's doing something weird. She talks about getting used to it, but her eyes are all intense. Pointing at her mother, who was setting the plan while giving off an unspoken pressure, Sophia clung to me with teary eyes. Looking at her expression, it seems there's no chance of her easing into it. I can already easily picture the scene where she'll be tough from day one. She's doing this for your sake, so you have to try your best. Traitor. No, I'm not betraying you. The plan just changed a little. Besides, once Jessica-san got this motivated, there's nothing I can do anymore. So, what's the second condition? I asked, glancing sideways at Sophia, who was looking at me resentfully. We hadn't discussed the final condition yet. The first one had been quite impactful, so I was bracing myself for the second one. The second one is simple. After the study session with me at night, you'll stop studying on your own and make sure you get a good night's sleep. If you follow that, it'll be fine. Surprisingly, the second condition was quite gentle. However, Jessica's intention behind it was easy to understand. In fact, I was relieved to hear this condition, so I felt thankful. Is it really okay with such a simple condition? But it seemed that Sophia hadn't picked up on Jessica-san's intention, and she asked hesitantly. This made Jessica-san sigh, seemingly in disbelief. I had to say it, otherwise you'd keep cutting into your sleep time to study, right? I don't want you doing that during your growth period. Not only is it bad for your health, but it's also bad for your beauty, so you'd better stop. I'll make sure you study enough during the time I give you, so you won't have to do that. Haha. Jessica-san smiled brilliantly as she spoke, causing Sophia to let out a dry laugh. If Jessica-san were to drill Sophia's academic skills within a limited time to ensure she gets enough sleep, it was clear that she'd be put through a tough regimen. Good luck, Sophia. What happens if she breaks the rule? I asked about the consequences, wanting to make sure Sophia gets her proper sleep. If she breaks it, she'll have to quit the baseball club. That's strict. I had expected there to be some punishment, but the reality was far more severe than I imagined. Being kicked out of the club for one slip-up seemed way too harsh, and it even felt like it contradicted Jessica-san's wish for Sophia to join the club in the first place. She'll hide and study on her own otherwise. I see. As expected of a mother. She really understands Sophia. It's frustrating that you agreed so easily, though. Apparently, Sophia wasn't happy with me agreeing so quickly, as she shot me a sharp look from beside me. She probably already knows this without me having to say it. Well, Jessica-san's right, isn't she? When exams approach, I can easily imagine her sneaking off to study secretly. You really know how to talk back, don't you? You've got guts. It seemed like she thought I was teasing her, as she gave me a strained smile, her eyebrows twitching in irritation. We hadn't been fighting lately since we'd gotten along better, but it seemed like her temper was still quick to flare. I'm telling you now, no studying by waking up earlier, got it? If you want to study at school like you usually do, that's fine, but if you wake up earlier to study, then there's no point in deciding your bedtime. While Sophia glared at me with a forced smile, Jessica-san made sure to lay down the rule. If she can't study at night, there's a chance she'd wake up even earlier to do it. Given that she already wakes up early, allowing her to wake up any earlier would be unreasonable. It feels like my life just got a lot tighter. Sophia puffed out her lips in frustration, clearly unhappy about having her sleep, wake up, and study times all decided for her. I understood what she was trying to say, but since she was trying to maintain her academic performance while being the manager of the baseball club, it couldn't be helped. To do what you want while not neglecting other things, that's what you need to work on. You should learn from Kento. Me. I was suddenly brought up as an example, and I became bewildered. Even though you're still in high school, you manage yourself well, don't you? Even though you're exhausted from club activities every day, you make a schedule for yourself and do independent training. You're a good kid because you can think about what's necessary for your future and work hard. Jessica-san. How? I wasn't prepared for this sudden praise, and I was hit with a wave of embarrassment. I had made sure to keep my independent training a secret, but what she said about knowing what's needed for my future, did she somehow find out what I was doing in my room? Wait, how did she know? Kento-kun is amazing, I know that better than Mom. And for some reason, Sophia started competing with her. Looking at her expression, it seemed like she was sulking, but I couldn't understand why she suddenly decided to compete. Was she trying to take out her frustrations about all the new rules being imposed on her in this way? Before saying such things, you should make sure you can properly read the other person. You're still far from being able to compete with your mother, you know? What's that supposed to mean? I definitely know more than you. When Jessica-san tilted her head with a confident smile, it probably got on Sophia's nerves. Sophia became stubborn. She must have a lower tolerance when it comes to her mother than with others. I understand her well, since I feel the same when it comes to my father. Wait, this isn't the time to be watching this leisurely. Jessica-san, thank you for listening to our selfishness. And thank you, Dad. We'll talk about the details tomorrow, so please bear with us. I said that, then quickly grabbed Sophia's hand and led her out of the dining room. There wouldn't be anything good coming from letting them continue their argument. Well, Jessica-san was handling it with ease, so maybe Sophia was just losing the argument anyway. This is so annoying. As I pulled her hand and we climbed the stairs, Sophia let out an angry voice. Are you still angry? Even though the person she was angry with was no longer around, Sophia seemed to be fuming. She was the type to hold on to things, so I figured this was probably inevitable. Because there's no way Mom knows more about Kento-kun than I do. We've spent way more time together than she has. It seemed that Sophia was upset about Jessica-san knowing more about me than she did. To be honest, I didn't really think it was something to be upset about. And besides, I didn't think the amount of time spent together necessarily meant you knew someone better. It came down to how much attention you paid to the other person, how interested you were in them. That was what truly made the difference. If you paid enough attention to someone, you could start to understand them, even without spending all that much time with them. On the other hand, even if you'd spent a long time with someone, if you weren't interested in them, you probably wouldn't know them very well at all. In Sophia's case, she wasn't the type to show much interest in others. Naturally, she hadn't been very interested in me either and had actually avoided me for a long time. On the contrary, Jessica-san had been trying to see me as a son and had made the effort to connect with me, so it wasn't surprising that Jessica-san knew more about me than Sophia. Actually, Jessica-san had talked to me much longer than Sophia had. But if I said that, Sophia would probably get even angrier, so I kept it to myself. I think you were just teased, so maybe you shouldn't worry about it. I was unsure how to calm her down, so I decided to just laugh it off. Since Sophia was worked up, she was probably just upset in the heat of the moment, and once she calmed down, she'd stop caring about it. Even so, I don't like it. Is she really this upset? This is already. Sophia knows more about me than anyone. Right. I knew it. It seemed like Sophia wasn't going to calm down unless I agreed with her. On the contrary, by acknowledging it, Sophia's face lit up with a smile, as if a little puppy was wagging its tail in excitement. She was still the same, a bit confusing at times. But, since she was cute, I thought it was fine as it was. I almost wanted to pat her head, but since she wasn't weak at the moment, I held myself back. More importantly, you're lucky. Jessica-san agreed to be your tutor. And Dad would help out too. That's... However, Sophia looked at me with dissatisfaction. She muttered something under her breath, but it seemed she wasn't happy about Jessica-san being her tutor. Is Jessica-san really that scary? When she first came to our house, Sophia showed a fearful expression around Jessica-san. But from my perspective, having interacted with Jessica-san, she seemed more like a kind mother, or rather, an older sister. I didn't think she was scary, and I had no negative feelings toward her. Normally, she's kind. But when she gets angry, she's scarier than a demon. And when she switches on, she's really strict. Sophia seemed to be recalling the time when she was scolded, clutching her head and shaking with fear. She was so scared, yet she had dared to bite back earlier. Is she out of her mind? The switch she mentioned was probably the moment earlier when Jessica-san had that fiery aura surrounding her. She had said something about being strict with Sophia, so it was clear that Sophia was in for a tough time. Well, the truth is, we kind of need her to do that, so we'll have to push through it. If there was any better plan, we'd consider it, but right now, having Jessica-san as the tutor was the best option available. I'll try my best. But, I might want a reward for my effort. Sophia twirled her hair with her finger, glancing up at me with a shy look. A reward. It feels like joining the baseball club was supposed to be the reward, but if Jessica-san's strictness is really that intense, she might need a reward each time just to get through it. Sophia had been eating her pancakes with a happy look on her face, so I asked her, "Are you thinking of something like pancakes from a family restaurant or cakes you can buy at a shop as your reward?" That'd make me gain weight, so no way. When I gave a specific example, she immediately denied it. Despite her slim figure, she seems quite sensitive about gaining weight. Plus, I'd start worrying about her health, and my allowance definitely wouldn't cover it. Do you have anything in mind? In situations like this, it's better to try and fulfill what Sophia wants to keep her motivated. If she asks for something impossible, I'll have to decline, but I'll try to be as accommodating as I can. Lend me your hand. Just give me your hand. For some reason, Sophia suddenly asked for my hand. I don't know why, but this is kind of scary, right? Because, honestly, I have no idea what she might do. I hesitated, not understanding why she was asking for my hand. She said it was a reward, so it shouldn't be something too bad, but, as I stood there conflicted, Sophia silently grabbed my right hand with both of hers. Wait, what are you doing? You wouldn't lend it to me. Sophia pouted, looking dissatisfied. Wait, is she sulking because I didn't just give her my hand right away? While I was trying to figure it out, she kept glancing up at my face. It seemed like she was trying to gauge my reaction, maybe realizing that being forceful might not be the best approach. What do you want me to do? I decided to ask her directly what she wanted, just to clarify. Then, slowly, she guided my hand toward her head. I was completely taken off guard. I never expected Sophia, who didn't seem particularly weak, to do something like this. Could it be that she's running a fever? Is this good for the reward? She continued to gently rock my hand back and forth, clearly intending for me to pat her head. It seemed that her idea of a reward was for me to stroke her head. Wait, is she really sick? Should I get the thermometer? I'm not sick. What do you think I am? Sophia's cheeks were flushed, and she shot me a glare, as if frustrated. This redness wasn't from a fever, was it? Normally, Sophia wouldn't ask for something like this on her own. It felt strange. Because this is just head pats. And no, it's because head pats are good for a tired mind, that's all. It only works if someone else does it, so I'm just borrowing your hand, okay? Before I could finish my sentence, she rapidly interrupted me, as if trying to set up a defense before I pointed it out. But since she wasn't speaking in English, it didn't seem like she was too flustered. It was clear she anticipated I'd bring it up, though. Still, her explanation was a bit ridiculous. Even I couldn't be fooled by that. Right. Well, given how desperate she was to explain, it was pretty clear she wanted this. I see. Well, I guess there's no helping it. I suppressed my urge to tease her and pretended to believe Sophia's words. In truth, there was no downside to this for me. It was all upside. Having patted Sophia's head before, I had already developed a fondness for it. The only reason I hadn't done it more often was that I feared she'd snap at me unless she was really out of sorts. If she was the one asking for it, though, of course I'd want to pat her head. You really believed me just like that. You have a surprisingly innocent side, huh? But, I'm going to get head pats from now on. Sophia muttered something in English, though her face, which had been turned downward, seemed a little softer now. If only she'd be more honest and just let herself openly depend on me. But as usual, she was so awkward about it. And so, it was decided. Every day, I'd reward Sophia's hard work with a pat on the head. In the days that followed, she gradually got used to communicating with Kuudere-san during lunchtime, and by night, she would be completely exhausted after intense sessions with Jessica-san. A pleasant surprise was that studying with Jessica-san, who could teach in English, seemed to be having a tremendous effect on Sophia. At this rate, it seemed like she could maintain her grades even without attending cram school. One of the reasons she said she was bad at studying was because she had been taught in Japanese, which seemed to be an obstacle for her. Well, the main factor in her maintaining her grades was probably due to Jessica-san's harsh training. Because of that, when Sophia's spirits were down, she would come to me for head pats, becoming like a little child. It was endearing, and I felt somewhat privileged. Seeing that things were progressing smoothly in solving Sophia's issues, we decided to move forward with getting her to join the club. Chapter 5. What I can do for my British stepsister. No, I won't approve the club membership. On the first Wednesday of October, Sophia handed her club application form to her homeroom teacher in the faculty office, only to be immediately rejected without room for discussion. Her eyes wavered as she turned to look at me, seeking help. So, I stepped up beside her and addressed the homeroom teacher of the special preparatory course first years. I don't understand. Whether she's in the special preparatory course or a scholarship student, there is nothing in the school rules prohibiting her from joining a club. What's wrong here? You are. If I'm not mistaken. I'm Kento Shirakawa from the sports course, Class 1B. I'm Sophia's older brother. As I introduced myself, the teacher pushed his glasses up with his index finger and looked at me with a condescending gaze. A student from a course that only excels in sports should refrain from interfering in matters concerning the special preparatory course. The teacher's words made Sophia's complexion visibly change. Even though she wasn't the one being insulted, her face was filled with anger. I took her hand and gently guided her behind me. Naturally, she looked up at me with a dissatisfied expression, but I shook my head, signaling her to stay silent. This teacher was deliberately trying to provoke us. If we responded with anger or let our frustration show, he would gladly label it as problematic behavior. And then, using that as an excuse, he would reject Sophia's application. When dealing with someone like this, we had to stay calm. Normally, I'd think Sophia could handle someone like him, as she tends to stay composed even when irritated. But right now, she was too worked up, so it wouldn't be ideal. Though I couldn't blame her, she was angry on my behalf. Even if I belong to a different course, Sophia is my precious Imuto. As her brother, I want to respect her wishes. You might not understand since you're still a child, but respecting someone's wishes isn't always in their best interest. Sophia is said to be the greatest genius this school has ever seen, and the school has high expectations for her. What if she joins the baseball club and her grades drop? Who will take responsibility? Throwing away a once-in-a-lifetime talent over a fleeting emotion is utterly foolish. It was impressive how smoothly he could spew insults like that. He must be someone who looks down on others on a regular basis. With all due respect, Sophia isn't attending this school for the school's sake. She's here for herself. Shouldn't she be allowed to do what she wants? She's a scholarship student. Since the school is fully covering her tuition, she has an obligation to uphold her end of the deal. She will do everything in her power to maintain her grades. And even if she does end up slipping, that responsibility falls on her. As long as she is willing to take responsibility for herself, I don't see an issue. What do you think? If Sophia's grades dropped, she would lose her scholarship. That is what it means to take responsibility. Since there was never a rule prohibiting scholarship students from joining clubs in the first place, there was no reason for anyone to complain. Of course, as I said earlier, Sophia would put in maximum effort to maintain her grades. Based on my impression of her studies with Jessica-san, I was confident she could manage without her grades slipping. If she joins the baseball club, which is a specially designated elite team, she won't have enough time to study, and her grades will definitely drop. Are you too stupid to understand something so simple? The teacher's heated words were met with an equally intense heat radiating from behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know. Sophia was absolutely furious. I tightened my grip slightly on her hand, trying to calm her down. In response, Sophia squeezed my hand back, hard. The strength of her grip reflected just how angry she was. I gently squeezed her hand again, then met the teacher's gaze head-on and opened my mouth to speak. Nadeshiko Kuudere-san from the general course, second year, manages to balance being a baseball club manager while maintaining a level of academic excellence that rivals the special preparatory course. Wouldn't that be proof that it's possible to balance both studies and club activities? And I believe Sophia is just as capable. The moment I brought up Kuudere-san, the teacher's expression visibly twisted. Unlike before, this wasn't just an act, he was genuinely irritated. I was certain this was the same teacher who had been complaining about how things would have been different if Sophia had been born a year earlier. There's no guarantee that Shirakawa can do the same as Kuudere, so, does that mean you believe Sophia's academic ability is inferior to Kuudere-san's? The teacher once again swallowed hard at my question. But wasn't that exactly what he was implying? If he was claiming that what Kuudere-san could do was impossible for Sophia, despite calling her the greatest genius since the school's founding, how would he counter this contradiction? Tch, brat. Having no retort left, the teacher glared at me with obvious disdain. For someone who loves to provoke others, he sure couldn't handle being provoked himself. He wasn't much older than our coach, yet their attitudes as people were completely different. That said, guys like him were troublesome. The type who firmly believed they were always right and refused to listen to anyone they looked down on. If there weren't a rule requiring approval from the homeroom teacher to join a club, we wouldn't have had to go through this hassle. Maybe we should just bypass him and take this matter to someone higher up. As I was considering that, isn't it rather ironic for a teacher to be getting worked up while the student remains calm and attempts to hold a rational discussion? A familiar, pleasant voice interrupted our conversation with a tone of gentle admonishment. When I turned to look, two figures stood at the entrance of the staff room. One of them was the person whom we were just talking about, Kuudere-san, standing with a graceful posture and a kind smile. And beside her stood our coach. Kuudere-san, and the coach. Why are you two here? The coach was from the sports course, and Kuudere-san was from the general course, so their school buildings were different from this one. There was no way they had just happened to stop by. I heard you were submitting the club application during lunch today. Figured things would turn out like this. We do hear a lot of rumors, after all. It seemed that the coach and Kuudere-san had anticipated that we would run into trouble. The rumors were probably about this teacher. Kuudere-san must have informed the coach about it, which was why they had come here. Now even more outsiders are getting involved. Sophia's homeroom teacher made no attempt to hide his displeasure. His expression was particularly hostile toward Kuudere-san. She was the only one who had ever managed to outperform the special preparatory course and had refused their invitations to join, so he must have despised her for that. Ara. It seems you hate me quite a bit. Kuudere-san placed a hand near her mouth, staring at Sophia's homeroom teacher with eyes that were far from smiling. I didn't know how much she had overheard, but for someone like her to adopt such an exaggeratedly polite tone, she must have been quite irritated. Kuzumi-sensei, let's have a more constructive discussion here. While Kuudere-san maintained her silent pressure against the teacher, the coach stepped forward in front of us. Hijima-sensei, people like you are the ones I hate the most. In response, the homeroom teacher, Kuzumi-sensei, visibly reacted with displeasure. Had something happened between these two before? Now, no need to say that. The issue at hand concerns the baseball club, doesn't it? As the person responsible for the club, I can't exactly stay out of the discussion. No matter what you say, there's no benefit to the school in allowing Shirakawa to join the baseball team. Therefore, I have no intention of approving her admission. Kuzumine-sensei was clearly trying to wrap up the conversation as quickly as possible. His reasoning that it didn't benefit the school was infuriating, but for now, it seemed best to let the coach handle things. I focused on keeping Sophia calm, making sure her anger wouldn't explode. That's not necessarily true, is it? At the very least, I believe Shirakawa Sophia joining the baseball club would be beneficial to the school. Ha! And how exactly would that be? Kuzumine-sensei scoffed and tilted his head mockingly. I was starting to worry the coach might actually throw a punch. If the baseball team makes a name for itself at Koshien, it'll be great publicity for the school. Ha! And here I thought you were going to say something worthwhile. A manager who can't even play in games has nothing to do with that. Ridiculous. Kuzumine-sensei ridiculed the coach even further. I wished he'd get what was coming to him at least once. A manager who supports the team behind the scenes is an invaluable presence. More than that, I believe this girl is our goddess of victory. Don't you think so, Kento? For some reason, the coach suddenly turned to me. What exactly was he up to? However, with a glance from the coach, I instantly understood what was being asked of me. Yeah, I think so too. It was the right move to go along with the conversation, so I nodded immediately. But Kuzumine-sensei just shrugged and looked at us with an exasperated expression. Where's your basis for saying that? And as if he had been waiting for this moment, the coach flashed a sly grin. For the next game, the third round of the prefectural tournament, this guy will hit 3 home runs. If he can do that, would you be willing to approve Shirakawa Sophia's membership? If he can't, then we'll have to drop her application. I couldn't believe what the coach was saying. He was proposing something absolutely outrageous. 3 home runs in a single game. There's no way that's possible. Haha, even someone like me, who knows almost nothing about baseball, can tell that's impossible. Kuzumine-sensei clapped his hands together, laughing loudly. But in this case, he was right. Then, is the negotiation settled? Wait a second. To decide a student's future based on that, no matter how you look at it, that's... As the coach tried to make a firm agreement, something seemed to have caught Kuzumine-sensei's attention, and suddenly his attitude shifted. Since the coach was so confident, maybe he felt something was off and hesitated. I was relieved that the deal hadn't gone through yet, but just as I was thinking that, then, if he can't do it, I'll transfer to the special advancement course whenever you prefer, on top of everything else. Just when Kuzumine-sensei had stopped, an unexpected push came from behind. The one who made the suggestion was none other than Kujuin-san herself, the one who had been refusing the invitation to the special advancement course all this time. Kujuin-san joining the special preparatory course. That's Kuzumine-sensei. This is a huge opportunity. Exactly. 3 home runs is impossible anyway. With Kujuin-san's unexpected proposal, the teachers from the special preparatory course, who had been quietly observing, all jumped into the conversation. That was how valuable she must have been to them. Even in the regular course, her outstanding grades would be even easier to maintain in the special preparatory course. Moreover, there was a real possibility of her advancing to one of Japan's top universities. That would be a significant achievement for the school, and it would likely have a direct impact on the teachers' performance and salaries as well. By the time she entered her 3rd year, I could see them competing over who would be her homeroom teacher. Above all, they'd no longer have to worry about the special preparatory course losing to the regular course. This was turning into something extraordinary. Naturally, with such a tempting opportunity dangling in front of him, and backed by the support of those around him, Kuzumine-sensei. Fine. I'll take you up on that offer. He nodded with a refreshingly bright smile as if he had just won a victory. Even though he had seemed to dislike Kujuin-san, it looked like he was now thinking of how he could take credit for bringing her into the special preparatory course. This situation had really escalated. Section. Coach. After leaving the staff room, I called out to the coach, who who was about to leave down the hallway. "What is it? Why are you shouting?" The coach turned around with a look of mild annoyance, clearly trying to act nonchalant. "I appreciate your help, but why did you make such an unreasonable demand? And Kuudere-san, too. Why did you do that?" "Haha, it's the first time I've seen you this angry, Kento." "Well, I knew you were going to do something like this, but still." The coach laughed cheerfully, and even Kuudere-san couldn't help but chuckle. How could they be laughing in a situation like this? 3 home runs in a single game? That's beyond unreasonable. And you're betting on Sophia's club entry and Kuudere-san's course change. Calm down, Kento. I don't say things I think are impossible. In response to my complaints, the coach spoke in a surprisingly calm voice. Somehow, his face, which had been smiling moments before, had shifted into a serious expression, his eyes now filled with a strong determination. "You really don't think it's impossible? Are you serious about that? The field we'll be playing on has narrow outfield lines and a low fence. The opposing school's already decided, and they're a mid-tier school. It's the perfect scenario for this challenge. In other words, the environment was perfect for hitting home runs, and the opposing team's ace pitcher was someone well-suited to be taken on. Even so, it was hard to simply agree with him. Even so, only a monster could hit 3 home runs in a single game, no matter how you look at it." "Oh, so you get it, then." "That's right, you just have to become that monster." "Ha!" Caught off guard by his response, I fell silent. "Become a monster? You're the cleanup hitter for a team aiming for the Koshien Championship. If that's the case, you need to become the kind of player people call a monster. Hitting 3 home runs should be nothing for you. Besides, if I hadn't said something that extreme, the special preparatory course would never have accepted Shirakawa Sophia's application." That might be true, but there probably weren't many students as academically gifted as Sophia. That's exactly why, now that she was here, the school wanted her to enter one of Japan's top universities and add to their track record. It made sense that the special preparatory course wouldn't let her go so easily. As I hesitated, the coach placed a firm hand on my shoulder. "It's for your precious little sister, right? Show them what you're made of." "Well, I do feel a little bad that our club's idol got involved in all this." "Coach, don't act like you weren't involved. We properly discussed this and decided together, didn't we?" As soon as the conversation started shifting as if the coach had nothing to do with Kuudere-san getting involved, she immediately shut it down. In other words, even her joining in on the bet was all part of their plan from the start. Haha. As terrifying as ever. Well, that's how it is. I'll leave the rest to you. With that, the coach turned and walked back alone to the sports course building. He probably ran away. "Kuudere-san, I'm really sorry for dragging you into all this." Now that the coach was gone, I bowed my head to Kuudere-san, feeling guilty for involving her. Sophia, who had been quietly listening, quickly followed suit and bowed as well, but "It's fine. I did it because I wanted to." Kuudere-san simply smiled and brushed it off. "But there's no merit in this for you, Kuudere-san." No, there is. If Sophia-chan joins the baseball team, I think Seiju High can achieve more." It seemed that Kuudere-san also believed in what the coach was saying. When it came down to it, just like Shuto, she trusted the coach. No, now that I thought about it, the whole baseball team was like that. Everyone followed the coach because they believed in him. I couldn't be the only one who didn't. "I believe in you, Kento-kun. You'll hit those 3 home runs, right? But don't worry, I'll support you however I can. Let's go over the opposing pitcher's data again during practice." Even though she had faith in me, she wouldn't just leave everything to me. She's doing what she could to support me properly, so we could fight together. "Thank you." Not only did she become Sophia's conversation partner and put herself on the line to help her join the team, but she was also willing to fight alongside us. I bowed my head deeply to my senpai. "Save your thanks for when everything works out." "Well then, I have to head back now. See you later." With lunch break almost over, Kuudere-san waved and walked away. I really can't thank her enough. Nadeshiko-senpai is such a kind person. Maybe because she realized how much trouble had started because of her, Sophia finally spoke up. Yeah, she really is. I have to do my best so I don't betray her trust. This wasn't just about me and Sophia anymore. The conditions were insane, but with no way out, I had no choice but to make it happen. I'm sorry, Sophia. Hearing her trembling voice, I turned to look at her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she bit her lip. She was probably feeling guilty for dragging everyone into this, frustrated that she couldn't do anything herself. This all happened because of me. It's okay. You've been working hard, not just with your studies but also with trying to get along with everyone. Thanks to that, we've made it this far. So now, just leave the rest to me. Looking back, I had only been helping set up the right conditions for her. I hadn't actually done anything for her directly. Now that I had the chance to prove myself with my own hands, I would definitely make sure to live up to her feelings. With that thought in mind, I gently placed my hand on her head and softly stroked her hair. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6. The match for my British Stepsisters Club admission. Note. Kuudere is Shuto's last name. Kanji is Shouter's last name. Sophia's point of view. Finally, the day has come for the match that will determine my admission to the club. Since today's match was extremely important to me, I asked my mother for permission to take the day off her lessons. I believed that Kento-kun would surely come through, and yet, I couldn't completely shake off my anxiety. Ah, Kento-kun. As I walked down the hallway, I spotted Kento-kun at the entrance, putting on his shoes. Without thinking, I called out to him. What's wrong? Even though he was about to head off to the match, Kento-kun seemed as calm as ever, showing no signs of nervousness. He exuded the reassuring presence of a seasoned player. Did you forget anything? I tried my best to suppress the overwhelming anxiety, consciously offering him a cute smile. Once the match began, there would be nothing more I could do, so I wanted to be of some help to him now, even if just a little. Yeah, I'm good. Sophia, you're coming with our parents, right? To the venue, yes. But I feel a bit out of place mixing in with them, so once we get there, I plan to split off from them. I wasn't great at blending in with adults, and the thought of standing out as someone carrying a different atmosphere made me uneasy. Our school would likely win today's match without any trouble. If I looked too serious while everyone else seemed calm, I would definitely attract attention. I see. Oh, by the way, Kuudere-san said to contact her once you arrive at the venue. Nadeshiko-senpai did. But isn't she supposed to be on the bench? She had been on the bench during the summer tournament, and she had also been there for the autumn district preliminaries. Naturally, I assumed she would be on it for this match as well. However, Kento-kun shook his head. Kuudere-san won't be on the bench for today's match. What? Why not? She said she wants to cheer together with you. Ah. As Kento-kun shrugged with a resigned smile, I held my breath. Nadeshiko-senpai must have assumed that I would end up watching the match alone, lost in my thoughts. She was being considerate so that wouldn't happen. Whether you contact her or not is up to you, Sophia, but if you don't mind, you should let her know your choice. Just as Kento-kun said, I wasn't obligated to reach out just because I had arrived at the venue. If I wanted to watch the match alone, I could simply choose not to contact her. But doing that would be betraying a senpai who had done so much for me. Yes, I'll make sure to contact her. The old me might have chosen not to, but now, I wanted to face Nadeshiko-senpai properly and repay her kindness. Thanks. Well then, I'm heading out. Ah, wait. Just as Kento-kun opened the door to leave, I instinctively reached out toward him, even though there was nothing I could do to stop him. Sophia. Sorry. It's nothing. I quickly let go of the fabric of his shirt that I had grabbed. There was a set meeting time, so what was I even doing? He needed to focus on the match. That was what mattered most right now. Hey, Sophia. Hearing my name, I lifted my gaze. Will you tell me to do my best? What? I feel like I can really give it my all if you say something. Kento-kun gave a rare, bashful smile. Maybe. He had noticed how I was feeling. A sudden wave of embarrassment surged through me, but I swallowed it down. This was the last thing I could do for him before the match. Do your best, Kento-kun. And make sure to hit 3 home runs. With the biggest smile I could muster, I sent him off. Section. Ah, there you are. Hey, Sophia-chan. When I arrived at the match venue and was waiting near the vending machines, Nadeshiko-senpai spotted me and waved at me. Behind her, 3 girls followed, all dressed in baseball club support attire. Good afternoon, Nadeshiko-senpai. I bowed and greeted her. That alone seemed to stir the 3 girls behind her. It was probably rare for them to see me bow. Good afternoon, how are you? Isn't it hot? The sunlight is bright, but the heat is fine. Considering it was October, the temperature was higher than expected, but since I was wearing a hat, I didn't think I needed to worry about heat stroke. I also made sure to bring drinks to stay hydrated. Good to hear. Well then, let me introduce you to these girls. Nadeshiko-senpai called out to the 3 girls who had been hiding behind her, urging them to come forward. As a result, all 3 of them timidly stepped up in front of me. I recognized all of them. They were the girls I had casually brushed off in the past, so it was no surprise that they looked nervous. It's true that you can't completely separate the things you've done in the past from the present. Lately, I've been regretting a lot of things since then. The 3 of them were also managers and introduced themselves one by one, and I made sure to remember both their faces and names right away. I wouldn't forget them again, and I wouldn't act cold toward them either. From now on, I plan to make an effort to get along with them. Once their introductions were finished, it was my turn. I took a deep breath, being careful not to speak too quickly, and opened my mouth. I'm Sophia Shirakawa, a first year in the special preparatory course. I look forward to working with you. It was a simple greeting, but I wanted them to get to know me not just through words, but by spending time with me. I felt that approach suited me better since I wasn't very good with words. If only I had better communication skills, maybe I could have bonded with them right then. Unfortunately, my abilities in that area were disastrously low, and before long, they had started distancing themselves from me. As expected, reality wasn't as smooth as I had hoped. And it wasn't just the students from our school who were staring at us. Whoa, those girls are way too cute, right? Hey, go talk to them. No way, you go. Students from other schools were also watching us. The match hadn't even started yet, but I was already feeling really uncomfortable. Try not to mind it, okay? Boys like that are everywhere. Having gone through similar experiences herself, Nadeshiko-senpai must have sensed how I was feeling. She gently smiled and took my hand, leading me away. She guided me to a spot where I could see the batter more clearly. After all, it's better to be able to see Kento-kun, right? Yes. Thank you. I truly respected how thoughtful she was. She was a senpai I could genuinely admire. Her face was incredibly cute, always wearing a gentle smile, and her voice was pleasing to the ear. Her figure was great too. Maybe Kento-kun liked this kind of person? From my perspective as a girl, Nadeshiko-senpai was so perfect it almost felt unfair. I'm jealous. Why are you staring at my face like that? Though I had been glancing at her from the side, it seemed she noticed because I had been looking for a while. She tilted her head with a puzzled expression, and even that gesture was cute and unfair. I thought you were cute, and I was a little jealous. Ahaha. I don't know how I feel hearing you say that, Sophia-chan. I had just said what was on my mind, but Nadeshiko-senpai laughed awkwardly. It was truly how I felt, though. Shirakawa-san, you're ridiculously cute, after all. But, Kuudere-senpai, you're ridiculously cute too. You know, I actually envy you quite a bit, Sophia-chan. Really. She said it with a certain implication, but I couldn't quite figure out what there was to envy about me. As a British person, I did stand out among the Japanese, but standing out also meant attracting unwanted attention. I was also more likely to face discrimination, so I honestly thought being like Nadeshiko-senpai, Japanese and stunningly beautiful, would be much better. Her chest was also just naturally bigger than mine. I wish I was like that. It's about to start. Seeing the players finish their pre-game warm-up, Nadeshiko-senpai murmured. It looks like we're batting second. The pitcher. Is Kuudere, right? After looking at the name on the electronic scoreboard, I asked her. If we win today, there will be another game tomorrow, so it's unusual for Kuudere to be pitching against a mid-tier school. Kuudere insisted on pitching himself so that Kento-kun could focus on batting as much as possible. There was probably some debate about it. Nadeshiko-senpai smiled in a way that suggested she had already resigned herself to the situation. Kuudere, I had thought he was the type who only cared about himself, but I guess I was wrong. He was willing to step up for Kento-kun's sake. But if we win today, we'll be facing a powerhouse team next, won't we? Well, either way, Kuudere can't carry the entire tournament by himself. Even against a strong team, our second and third pitchers will have to take the mound at some point. I'm sure Kento-kun will do his best to lead the team and make it work. If I remember correctly, our school's coach is a former professional baseball pitcher who retired due to an injury. Using his bitter experience, he's made it a policy to avoid overworking a single pitcher, no matter how talented they are, so that no one has to go through the same thing he did. When I was choosing a school, I made sure to research not only the players who were currently attending or rumored to join, but also the coach, so I'm certain about this. Come to think of it, that coach used to be on the same team as my father, didn't he? I don't remember much. Even though he was apparently an amazing player in his prime, it's strange, isn't it? If he had such a bold personality, I thought I would never forget someone like that after meeting them just once. Well, I was rarely allowed to go to the stadium since it would interfere with work, so maybe that's why I don't remember. More importantly, let's focus on this game. This match is incredibly important for us as well. Nadeshiko-senpai was right. Winning this game is a given. What truly matters is whether Kento-kun can hit 3 home runs. What's the pitcher like for today's opponent? Ever since entering high school, I had been too busy with my own studies to follow anything beyond our school's game results and the records of powerhouse schools aiming for Koshien. When it came to mid-tier schools and their aces, especially with a new team, I had no idea. He's a control pitcher with great accuracy. His fastball speed is average, but he can precisely place his pitches on the outside low or inside low corners, which makes him tricky to handle. But he only has 2 breaking balls, a forkball and a curveball, so at the very least, our regulars should be able to start hitting him in the later innings. Nadeshiko-senpai seemed to have all the data on the opposing team memorized and quickly explained everything to me. Indeed, if the pitcher's strength is his control, then a team full of excellent hitters would likely be able to figure him out by the later innings, even if he's throwing accurately. Especially the top batters. I bet they'd be able to hit well from the start. But if his control is that good, then he's not likely to make many mistakes, right? Just because a pitcher's fastball isn't overpowering doesn't mean it's easy to hit. If he can place it in difficult spots, it could still be tough. If the batters could sit on just the fastball, that would be one thing. But if he mixed in his curve and forkball well, it might put Kento-kun at a disadvantage, especially since he needed to hit home runs. Or so I thought. If he doesn't make mistakes, that just means he'll throw exactly where he intends to. Kento-kun is the type of batter who reads the pitcher's sequences, so this matchup is actually really good for him. So, it turned out that because of the pitcher's control, Kento-kun would actually have an easier time. Now that I thought about it, it made sense. It's easier to hit a pitch when you expect it and it comes exactly where you anticipated, rather than having a wild pitcher accidentally throw something completely different. Kento-kun had sharp eyes and rarely mishit the ball. He can hit 3 home runs, right? Of course. He analyzed the opposing battery more than usual, and his batting skills are top-notch. More than anything, I'm really looking forward to this game. As always, Kuudere-senpai spoke gracefully, yet there was a hint of excitement in her voice. It felt like she knew something I didn't, and that piqued my curiosity. Is there something special about this game? Kento-kun has always prioritized the team's victory over his own performance. If it's not necessary, he doesn't aim for home runs. Instead, he thinks about how to score points with minimal risk and keep the game moving forward. That's how he bats. That's why I want to see how brightly his talent shines when he's put in a situation where he has no choice but to hit a home run. Watching Kuudere-senpai speak with such joy, I realized something. I had already suspected it, but she probably liked Kento-kun. In a romantic way, too. I wondered. Was she really okay with me joining the team? Really, Kuudere-senpai, you get so talkative when it comes to Shirakawa-kun. You're usually so graceful and gentle, but when it comes to Shirakawa-kun, you get so passionate while talking about him. The other managers must have been thinking the same thing as I was. Grinning, they started teasing Nadeshiko-senpai. That's not it. I always tell you that. I was just answering because I was asked. For once, Nadeshiko-senpai's face turned red as she desperately tried to argue back. Although she had the strong impression of being calm and composed, but at the end of the day, she was a girl our age, just like me. She's kind of cute. Come on, it's our turn. Stand up, stand up. When it was Seiju High School's turn to bat, Nadeshiko-senpai urged us to get up. It was probably because we needed to cheer, but I had a feeling she was just trying to hide her embarrassment. The first batter for Seiju High was Kanagi-kun. He was always with Kento-kun and had a reputation for being a bit of a jokester. However, his batting average was on par with Kento-kun's, making him a solid contact hitter with no apparent weak spots. His Seiju High's lead-off hitter. Unfortunately, he can't take on the role of a decoy, but his high on-base percentage ignites our offense. The decoy's role is to assess the opposing pitcher's condition, whether their fastball has good velocity, the types of breaking balls they throw, how much they break, and so on, by stepping up to the plate and observing. They deliberately make the pitcher throw more pitches, and it's often the job of the first batter in the lineup. But it seemed Kanagi-kun wasn't assigned that role. Well, he doesn't seem suited for it. Even so, being entrusted as the lead-off batter meant that his on-base percentage was so high that it more than made up for his lack of ability as a decoy. He hit it. With a sharp crack, Kanagi-kun's ball shot through the gap between third and short. He reached first base with ease. He's really fast. He's so reliable, isn't he? With the lead-off batter safely on base, Nadeshiko-senpai nodded in satisfaction. She was usually graceful and quiet, but when it came to baseball, her excitement rose, making her seem like a completely different person. It was fun to watch. Think he'll run? They're probably keeping an eye on him, but he'll most likely go for it. Just as Nadeshiko-senpai predicted, the opposing pitcher threw a pick-off attempt to first base. However, he couldn't catch Kanagi-kun, forcing him to focus back on the batter. The moment it became clear that no more pick-off attempts were coming, Kanagi-kun easily stole second base. Getting run on like that must be frustrating for the pitcher. It messes with their focus and disrupts their rhythm. Yeah, having someone constantly moving behind you would definitely be annoying. Kanagi-kun always had that smug grin on his face too, which probably made it even more infuriating. They're going to bunt him over to third, right? Even if Kento-kun has his own goals to meet, the team's priority is winning. The next batter is Kuudere-kun, and Kento-kun is up after him. Our go-to strategy is to secure at least one run between the two of them. Kuudere-kun, the ace pitcher, wasn't just skilled at throwing, he was also an exceptional batter. His batting average ranked third, right after Kanagi-kun, and in terms of extra base hits, he was on par with Kento-kun. He had hit several home runs too, making him one of those infuriatingly talented, all-rounder types. Honestly, it was a little irritating. Why was God so unfair? The second batter effortlessly laid down a bunt, advancing the runner, and the third batter, Kuudere-kun, casually hit a clean single, allowing Kanagi-kun to make it home. First point. With the score on the board, the team erupted in excitement, but I couldn't focus on that. Kento-kun's first at-bat was finally here. Yeah, he's in the zone and focused. Even from a distance, Nadeshiko-senpai could tell what kind of condition Kento-kun was in. She wore a smug expression, as if she knew exactly what was coming. While Kento-kun stepped up to the plate, his gaze never left the pitcher. The opposing team was clearly on high alert against him. The first pitch was a forkball, but it was outside the strike zone, aka a ball. Next came a curveball, but that too was a ball. With the count at 0-2, things weren't looking great. But maybe he was deliberately letting the count get worse because he was confident he could still get a strike when needed. That said, A 0 to 3 count would be risky. Expecting the pitcher to aim for a strike here, I watched closely, and my prediction was right. The pitcher threw a fastball into the strike zone. However, Kento-kun didn't swing that pitch. Kento-kun could have hit it, right? If even I could predict that a strike was coming, then Kento-kun surely saw it too. The pitch wasn't too fast for him to hit, so why didn't he go for it? Yeah. With a 0 to 2 count, it's standard for the pitcher to go for a strike, and based on data, the opposing battery usually throws a strike in this situation. Normally, Kento-kun would have gone for it. But since they still had one more ball to spare, the pitcher aimed for a tough spot. It looked like a good pitch, but Kento-kun probably wasn't certain he could turn it into a home run, so he let it go. I see, so that's why he didn't swing. Basically, rather than just going for a hit, he was only swinging at pitches he was sure he could turn into a home run. This was Kento-kun under the restriction that he had to hit a home run. After that, Kento-kun carefully selected his pitches, taking balls and working the count to full. If the pitcher threw a ball, Kento-kun would get a walk. But if he took a strike, it would be over. Carefully waiting for the perfect pitch to hit a home run had backed him into a corner. Kento-kun. I clasped my hands together and closed my eyes, as if in prayer. In baseball, you never know how many at-bats you'll get. Yet, he was aiming to hit 3 home runs. Getting one in his first at-bat would be huge. Please. Hit it. It's fine. This is all going exactly as Kento-kun planned. What? As I kept my eyes tightly shut, I felt a hand gently rest on my shoulder. When I looked up, Nadeshiko-senpai met my gaze with a warm, confident smile. Just watch. Kento-kun is going to hit the next pitch for a home run. The moment I hesitated at Nadeshiko-senpai's words, the sharp, crisp sound of the bat echoed through the air. It's in. I hadn't been watching, so I didn't see where the ball went. Since I hadn't been watching, I couldn't track the ball's flight, but from the manager's loud cheers, I understood that the ball had gone into the stands. Looking over, I saw that the fielders at each base had stepped aside, and the base umpire was making a wide circular motion with his right hand above his head. Meanwhile, Kento-kun was leisurely jogging around the bases. Just as Nadeshiko-senpai had predicted, Kento-kun had hit a home run. How? I couldn't help but wonder how she had known and turned to look at Nadeshiko-senpai. Noticing my gaze, she let out a small, resigned smile and shrugged. Sorry, I made you miss it. No. I would have closed my eyes either way. Even if she hadn't spoken to me, I wouldn't have seen Kento-kun's home run as my eyes were closed from praying. The opposing ace, has given up almost 0 walks so far. Do you know what that means? That means he has good control, right? Even if someone has good control, having almost 0 walks is extremely rare. Even Kuudere-kun gives up a few every now and then. Now, what if I told you that there's also data showing he often gives up hits when the count is 2 to 3? That means he's aiming for the strike zone, right? Exactly. My answer seemed to be correct, as Nadeshiko-senpai gave me a playful wink. Because of his excellent control, the opposing pitcher might be extremely afraid of giving up walks. So when he reached a situation where he couldn't afford another ball, even though he had the batter cornered, he became too focused on throwing a strike and ended up pitching into an easy-to-hit zone. Since his ability to suppress batters relied entirely on his control, if he threw a pitch over the plate in a bad spot, it was bound to get hit. Kento-kun was aiming for that from the start. Of course, if an easy pitch had come earlier, he would have gone for it. But since the pitcher was deliberately aiming for the edges, it shows he's a skilled player. A skilled player, Then shouldn't he just avoid getting into a 3-ball count in the first place? If he was prone to throwing hittable pitches in a full count, wouldn't it be better to prevent the situation from reaching that point? Up until then, he had been successfully keeping batters in check. The catcher probably hasn't noticed this habit of the pitcher. Really? Yeah. He's been calling pitches in a way that keeps leading the count to full. That's why I think he hasn't caught on. You'd be surprised how often people miss things like this. Well, Kento-kun figured it out after just watching a little bit of the data and game footage, though. While Nadeshiko-senpai proudly brought up Kento-kun in passing, I couldn't help but think, wasn't she a little too fond of him? As I debated whether to tease her about it, our 5th and 6th batters were quickly retired. Even though the opposing pitcher had given up a 3-run homer in the very first inning, he hadn't crumbled under pressure. He really might be a solid player. At least we got one on the board. If Kento-kun hit 2 more home runs, we would win. I let out a small sigh of relief, until I noticed Nadeshiko-senpai's expression. Yeah, that's true, but 3 runs in the first inning, this might be bad. Her face was unusually serious. As the game went on, Kuudere threw fastballs relentlessly, striking out batter after batter. Pure power pitching. Normally, he relied on controlled pitching to induce groundouts and flyouts, but today he was going all out. Unfortunately, our offense wasn't holding up as well. The bottom of our lineup struggled, and one by one, they were taken down by the opposing pitcher. I could see Nadeshiko-senpai watching them with a look of pity, muttering, "They're going to get drilled in practice again." Judging by her tone, they'd already been through some brutal training before. And just like that, Kento-kun's turn at bat came around again in the 3rd inning. Just like in the first inning, Kanagi-kun got on base. The second batter, seeing the point gap, went for a hit, and though he made perfect contact, the ball flew straight at the opposing shortstop, leading to an unfortunate out. Then, Kuudere hit a triple, adding another run, which brought us to the current moment. Do you think he'll do the same thing in his second at-bat? I don't think the opposing battery is going to throw him a fastball this time. The pitch Kento-kun hit for a home run earlier was a fastball. To avoid the same mistake, they might try to hold him off with breaking balls. They probably misunderstood from the last at-bat, thinking that he wouldn't be able to hit breaking balls. I bet he's going to swing at the first pitch. Nadeshiko-senpai made another prediction. I was curious whether she'd be right again, but more importantly, I wasn't going to miss seeing him hit a home run this time. I fixed my eyes on him, watching with all my might. And the result? It's in Aga Ain. Just as Nadeshiko-senpai said, Kento-kun swung at the first pitch and sent the ball flying into the stands. "Senpai, you're kind of scary. How did you know this time?" "Ahaha. You don't have to look at me like that. It's simple." "Simple? What part of this is simple?" The opposing pitcher has a fastball, a curveball, and a forkball. But since his fastball got turned into a home run last time, he's hesitant to throw it. That leaves the curveball or forkball. But Kuudere is on third base, so if the catcher fails to catch the ball and it gets away, that's another run. That makes the forkball risky to throw in this situation. That's why Kento-kun knew the first pitch would be a curveball. Nadeshiko-senpai explained it thoroughly, using her fingers to illustrate each point. She always says she doesn't study much, but honestly, I was starting to suspect she secretly stays up all night studying. Or maybe she's just naturally this smart. Also, she knows way too much about Kento-kun. It's kind of terrifying. I think the first pitch could have been a ball too, though. Kento-kun completely saw through the balls in his last at-bat, right? If they can't get a strike, they have no choice but to aim for the edges of the zone. That's probably what the battery was thinking. Well, all of this was something Kento-kun told me beforehand anyway. Just as I was feeling a little unnerved by Nadeshiko-senpai, she snapped a wink at me again. So she knew all this because Kento-kun had already explained it to her. So, Kento-kun is the terrifying one? Then, does that mean everything is going exactly as Kento-kun planned? Yeah, since the plan hasn't fallen apart. Of course, if something unexpected happens, we'll adjust it, but we analyzed everything thoroughly for you, Sophia-chan. It's not that easy for the plan to break down. Correction. They were both terrifying. What is this baseball team? A bunch of monsters? Are all powerhouse schools like this? I felt like I had just witnessed firsthand the true horror of elite-level teams. But knowing they did all this for me made me really happy. The game continued, and by the end of the third inning, we had a 5-run lead. Because of that, at the top of the fourth, Kuudere moved to right field. The player who had been in right field shifted to left, and the left fielder was taken out, making way for a new pitcher. Since Kuudere was also one of the core hitters in the cleanup lineup, they couldn't just bench him, but they were probably trying to save his arm and stamina. The second pitcher, a second-year student, took the mound and began warming up calmly. People say that outside of Kuudere, Seiju Hai's pitching staff is pretty thin. Nadeshiko-senpai murmured as she watched her teammate practice on the mound, seeming lost in thought. I don't think that's true at all. Kuudere is amazing, but the second and third-year pitchers who are entrusted with those roles are very skilled, too. In fact, since Kento-kun has been behind the mask, no one has allowed any runs in an official match. I knew that the second-year pitchers didn't get great evaluations from others. Well, it wasn't just the pitching staff. There weren't any standout players from the second-year class who had competed nationally during middle school, and some even said it was a year of underperforming talent. But whether that assessment was correct or not would be decided from this fall onward, now that it's their year. Personally, I didn't have any particular attachment to them, and since they were one grade above me, I didn't have any strong opinions on the underperforming label they were given. However, when the news spread that Kuudere decided to attend Aoshi High School, it seemed like many promising players gathered in the first-year class, yet 6 out of the 9 starting players were second-years. Even the bench was filled with more second-years than first-years. That must be the second-years' determination to prove themselves against the notion of being a class with few promising prospects. At the very least, Coach Hijima is well known for his meritocratic approach, so I didn't think it was out of sentimentality. And when people carry that kind of determination, I believe they'll make something happen. I really hope they make it to Koshien. I didn't know much about them beyond their results and what happened during games, but I wanted those who worked hard to be rewarded. They had fought a close battle in the summer finals, only to suffer a heartbreaking defeat. Seeing the third years in tears made me feel this even more strongly. This time, we're going to Koshien for sure. That's why we need your help too, Sophia-chan. Nadeshiko-senpai smiled as she placed her hand over mine. I wasn't even officially part of the team yet, and even if I did join, I wasn't sure what I could do. But for these people, I wanted to do whatever I could. More than anything, I wanted to go to Koshien, for myself and for the person I loved. Do you really think I can be of help? Sophia-chan, you're really smart, so I have high hopes for you. Seiju Hai, or rather, Kento-kun, our core player on both offense and defense, relies heavily on data. Whether we can compile precise data or not has a huge impact on winning or losing. Right now, it's just Kento-kun and me handling it, but if you help us, that would be amazing. Nadeshiko-senpai beamed at me with a warm smile. Data analysis. That really did sound like something I could be good at. More than anything, being able to support Kento-kun made me incredibly happy. From what I had heard earlier, he didn't just rely on data for calling plays as a catcher but also used it to improve his batting. That meant it was really crucial. I had to do my best. Absolutely. If things continued like this would be Kento-kun's last guaranteed at-bat. I'll do my best to be of help. Yeah, I'm counting on you. For that, we need Kento-kun to give it his all too. Nadeshiko-senpai nodded with a smile before shifting her gaze back to the field. I followed suit, returning my focus to the game. The match continued to progress in a completely one-sided manner. In the 4th inning, with the bases loaded in front of Kuudere, he hit a grand slam. Given his talent, which was said to be capable of making an impact globally, he was already a monster at this stage. Now it's a 9-run lead. Kento-kun, you're running out of chances. Before I knew it, Nadeshiko-senpai had clasped her hands tightly together as if in prayer. It took me a second to grasp what she meant, until I realized the significance of that 9-run difference. Oh, the mercy rule. In this tournament, the rule was set at a 10-run lead after 5 innings. Since Seiju Hai was playing as the home team, if they ended the 4th inning with a 10-run lead and the opposing team couldn't close the gap by the end of the 5th, the game would be called without playing the bottom of the inning. If the current 9-run lead remained at the end of the 4th, and Seiju Hai scored just 1 more in the 5th, the game would end before Kento-kun got another turn at bat. At this rate, the only guaranteed chance for him to bat was now. If he didn't get a hit here, Kento-kun might not get another turn at bat. And I had a feeling I knew why Nadeshiko-senpai looked so uneasy. I wanted it to be nothing more than an unnecessary worry, but reality was ball, 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 ball for. Kento-kun ended up drawing a walk. It wasn't an intentional walk. If they had intended to walk him, they could have just declared an intentional base on balls. But after getting hit for 2 home runs, that pitcher probably lost the ability to throw a strike against Kento-kun. In this case, what happens to the promise? The game wasn't over yet. As long as our team didn't score 1 more run, the mercy rule wouldn't apply. For now, only the top of the lineup had been scoring, so there was still a chance for Kento-kun to get another turn at bat. But I just couldn't help but ask. I wonder. He wasn't given a real chance to hit, and the pitches he did get, he turned into home runs both times, so he could argue for it. But I doubt Kuzumine-sensei would agree. I knew exactly what she meant. That teacher was our homeroom teacher, after all. There was no way he would nod in approval. What do I do? What can I do? I turned my gaze to first base, clinging to the sight of Kento-kun. He had his hands on his hips, his eyes turned toward the sky. Did he give up? After that, the 5th batter got a hit, but the 6th, 7th, and 8th batters all failed to connect, leaving us without any additional runs. Why? Why do I have to feel this awful even though we're winning? At this point, I almost wished the other team would score. If they did, the score gap would shrink, and we wouldn't have to worry about the mercy rule anymore. But Kento-kun was still going all out to get outs, without any calculations or hesitation. The no-hitter was still intact. It's still too early to give up, though. Nadeshiko-senpai. I hadn't given up either. But even if Kento-kun got another turn at bat, it wouldn't mean anything if they still refused to pitch to him properly. Even for him, hitting a home run off balls outside the strike zone would be impossible. To tell the truth, we anticipated this scenario. What? Even though the situation was dire, Nadeshiko-senpai looked calm as she said that, so I turned my eyes to her. They had predicted this. But she had looked more worried than I was just a moment ago. I didn't want to think about it too much, but considering Seiju High's batting strength, a mercy rule win was always a likely outcome. And after hitting 2 consecutive home runs, there was a strong chance that pitcher wouldn't be able to throw a strike against Kento-kun anymore. His biggest weakness seemed to be his mental game. He crumbles under pressure. So not just Nadeshiko-senpai. Kento-kun had anticipated this, too? Then, did they already have a plan in place? If they can't throw strikes, they'll have no choice but to face Kento-kun. That's why Kento-kun asked everyone to load the bases for him. With the bases loaded, if Kento-kun gets walked, a point will automatically be added, forcing the opposing pitcher to throw strikes. I understood that logic. But in reality, Kento-kun hasn't had a full base yet, has he? In fact, even though the bases were loaded, Kuudere-kun neatly cleaned things up. No matter how much planning Kento-kun did, if it couldn't be put into action, then it was meaningless. Not that I was blaming Kuudere-kun for hitting the grand slam, but still, it's a fundamental rule never to hold back in a game. Honestly, even I didn't expect that grand slam. But I think that was Kuudere-kun providing cover fire. Cover fire? You mean he didn't just swing without thinking? Ahaha. Given the situation, I get why you'd think that. But when it comes to baseball, Kuudere-kun thinks things through very carefully. And he would never do anything to go against Kento-kun's request. I only knew Kuudere-kun as a scary person and someone who was incredible at baseball, so I didn't really understand why Nadeshiko-senpai was so confident in his intentions. But if this incredible senpai said so, maybe she was right. It's not just Kuudere-kun. It was hard to get a bases-loaded situation, but I think next inning will be different. Everyone is grateful to Kento-kun and wants to repay that debt. And above all, they really love Kento-kun. They'll make sure to fulfill his request, no matter what. Nadeshiko-senpai said this with a confident smile, then raised both hands in a victorious gesture. She probably wanted to reassure me, to say that everything would be okay. Repay a debt. I didn't know what Kento-kun did with the other team members in the baseball club. but I imagined that he must be communicating well with everyone, and whenever someone was struggling, he would help them without expecting anything in return. When you've been treated that way, it's natural to want to repay the favor. I understood that feeling because I felt the same. They'll definitely fill the bases for him, right? Of course. Then all that was left was for Kento-kun to hit. As I thought this with a smile, I also felt a bit guilty. If things had gone as usual, this game could have ended without too much burden on him. But because of me, he has to hit a home run, and since this is his last chance, the pressure is even higher. I'm really just a burden, aren't I? A curse. I wanted to help Kento-kun, yet all I had done was drag him down. Knowing that he was trying so hard for my sake only made it harder to accept that I was the one putting him in this position. Sophia-chan, you've got it all wrong. Wrong? Ii. Nadeshiko-senpai suddenly grabbed both of my cheeks and started squishing them. Higher, stop it please. You can't keep thinking so negatively, okay? Sophia-chan, you're actually helping Kento-kun move to the next stage. Once my cheeks were finally released, I rubbed them with my hands, still not quite understanding what she meant. Helping him move to the next stage? I couldn't think of anything I'd done that would count as that. If you're just trying to comfort me, please stop. No, it's true. The coach said it, didn't he? That Kento-kun needs to become a monster. What Nadeshiko-senpai brought up was what happened after Kento-kun's argument with Kuzumin-sensei in the faculty room. I remembered how, when Kento-kun had been furious in the hallway, the coach had indeed said those words to him. The goal of Seiju High's baseball team is to win the Koshien Championship. But to do that, we have to defeat schools that have so-called monsters, stars, and once-in-a-decade geniuses on their teams. And we also have to take down the reigning champions, a ridiculous school where every single regular player is a star athlete. Kuudere-kun might be considered a monster, but that alone isn't enough. If we want to win the championship, Kento-kun also needs to become a player that people call a monster. There were several schools that came to mind when Nadeshiko-senpai mentioned that. In reality, the Koshien tournament always had teams filled with players known as monsters, and the schools that won the championship were always the ones with those so-called geniuses. That's why just one wasn't enough, they needed at least two. And even then, they might still fall short against that star-studded powerhouse school. Kento-kun is the kind of person who can break through his limits when he carries the expectations of others. He proved that during the summer tournament. That's why the coach believed you were necessary for him to move on to the next stage, Sophia-chan. Otherwise, he never would have come up with such a ridiculous condition. A demand as extreme as hitting 3 home runs, it was meant to push him to grow. No wonder it wasn't just Nadeshiko-senpai but even the coach who had gone out of their way for me, someone who wasn't even an official club member yet. From the very beginning, they had been acting with Kento-kun's best interests in mind. Am I not just a burden? At the very least, Kento-kun is turning it into strength. The 2 home runs he already hit are proof of that. He's never hit consecutive home runs in 2 at-bats before. Nadeshiko-senpai's words made my chest tighten with emotion. Knowing that my presence wasn't just weighing him down filled me with a joy so overwhelming that I almost felt like crying. I hadn't done anything special, but if just being here could help him in some way, that was enough for me. As for the pressure, you don't need to worry about that either. This is the same guy who was sent up as the final batter in the semifinals of the summer tournament, his debut game, no less, and hit a home run. His mental strength is like steel. When she mentioned that semifinal match, I recalled the day I first started to feel drawn to him. That intense expression of focus, sharpened to a frightening degree. Watching him like that, it was impossible to believe that someone like him would crumble under pressure. You're right. I think so too. If it was him, he would laugh in the face of this pressure and brush it aside with ease. Yeah. Now, Seiju High School's final inning is about to begin. Let's give it everything we've got and cheer him on. Nadeshiko-senpai's voice rang out as the bottom of the 5th inning, likely their final offensive chance, began. First up was the 9th batter. He was a second-year senpai who had been called in as a pitcher during the 4th inning. Although he tried to hold on by hitting several foul balls, he ultimately grounded out on a low outside pitch. With 1 out, The lineup turned over, bringing Kanejikuin, the lead-off batter, back up. He had hit successfully in every at-bat so far, proving his consistency. And this time was no exception. He connected cleanly and got another hit, once again showing just how impressive he was. The real concern, however, was this next batter. In his first at-bat, he had laid down a sacrifice bunt. In his second, he had swung and been put out. In his third, he had managed to get a hit. Right now, what they needed was a full set of loaded bases. All they could do was hope he could push his batting average from .300 to .500 for this moment. Show them the pride of a second year. Beside me, Nadeshiko-senpai clenched her hands tightly, her gaze locked onto the batter's box. After nearly 2 years of playing together, it made sense that she would be so invested. I also prayed hard, as I knew we needed him to get a hit. Then, he was pushed to a full count. Oh no, but by holding out, he managed to hit a pitch that had become slightly easier for him. He did it. He got on base. Next up is Kuudere. 1 out, runners on first and third. Now it was Kuudere-kun's turn at bat. If he hit, the game would end. But of course, no one was going to tell him not to swing, and he wouldn't accept that kind of order anyway. So, what was he going to do? All I could do was believe in what Nadeshiko-senpai had said, that Kuudere-kun would never betray Kento-kun, and keep my eyes fixed on the field. As everyone's gaze locked onto him, Kuudere-kun did something completely unexpected. A bunt. Not just a simple sacrifice bunt to advance the runners, but one meant to keep himself safe as well, a safety bunt. Kuudere-kun bunted. No way. I've never seen him bunt in an actual game before. As the manager girls let out cries of surprise, the ball rolled toward third base. The third baseman quickly picked it up, but standing on third was the fleet-footed runner, Kanejikuin. If he dared to throw to first, Kanejikuin would dash straight for home in an instant, ending the game. That was why the third baseman hesitated, unable to throw. In that brief moment, the runner on first advanced to second, and the swift Kuudere-kun sprinted safely to first. The bases are loaded. While the manager girls cheered, Kuudere-kun stood on first with a relaxed expression, his gaze shifting toward the next batter's box. From there, Kento-kun was making his way to the batter's box, their eyes meeting as he walked forward. Then, almost as if to say I kept my promise. Now you finish this properly. Kuudere-kun sharply pointed at Kento-kun. In response, Kento-kun gave a firm nod. And for some reason, his gaze turned toward us. He stretched out his right hand, reaching straight in my direction. In the middle of this huge crowd, there was no way he could have found me without knowing exactly where I was. Maybe he had asked Nadeshiko-senpai in advance where I would be sitting. Since he had gone through the trouble of reaching his arm toward me, I exaggeratedly mouthed "go for it" and clenched both fists in a guts pose. Kento-kun hadn't expected me to respond like that. His eyes widened in brief surprise before he broke into a delighted smile. What is this feeling? My chest feels so warm. That's nice. I thought I heard Nadeshiko-senpai mumble beside me, but I was too fixated on him to properly take it in. Kento-kun took a deep breath and stepped into the batter's box. By now, I was probably no longer on his mind. Right now, the only things in his world were the pitcher standing before him and the opponent's defensive formation. His mind had to be completely focused on reading the opposing battery's pitch selection. I believed in him and waited for the moment. Are they going to walk him again? One of the managers murmured quietly. The one who immediately responded was Nadeshiko-senpai. If they walk him, the game ends in a cold game loss. They have no choice but to throw strikes. Just as she said, now that the bases were loaded, if Kento-kun was walked, the forced run would add another point to the score. The score difference was already 9 runs. If one more run was added, the game would be called due to the mercy rule. That meant the opposing pitcher had no way to avoid him. Now, I finally understood what Nadeshiko-senpai meant when she talked about Kuudere-kun's covering fire. This 9-run lead was only possible because of his grand slam. If the lead had only been 7 or 8 runs, the opposing team might have chosen to walk Kento-kun, even with the bases loaded, just to avoid the risk of him hitting a home run. If they were at risk of giving up 4 runs instead of just 1, that would have been a reasonable strategy. That was why Kuudere had instinctively gone for a grand slam. No, actually, the fact that he pulled it off on purpose is just ridiculous in so many ways. They're being careful. Probably because it's his last at-bat, so it's only natural. The strikes were coming in properly, but Kento-kun wasn't swinging recklessly in desperation. Even in this high-pressure situation, he remained calm, waiting for the perfect pitch he could turn into a home run. "Do your best, Kento-kun." Caught up in the moment, I accidentally shouted out loud. People around me turned in surprise, but with the brass band playing and the baseball team's loud cheers filling the air, my voice likely hadn't reached the one person it was meant for. Kento-kun. And yet, just for a moment, his face turned in my direction, and I could have sworn I saw a smile on his lips. Taking a deep breath, Kento-kun faced the pitcher once more. And then, he did it. A new monster of a batter was born that day. Epilogue. "Ah, there he is. Shirakawa-kun, you were amazing." As I stepped out of the stadium after the game, a group of girls from my school, who had apparently been waiting, called out to me. "Seriously, hitting 3 home runs is insane. As expected of our cleanup hitter. I want your autograph." No, wait, before I knew it, I was completely surrounded. What the is this? Whoa, isn't that more than 3 times the usual number of fans? Damn it, why is it always Kento and Shuto? Captain, I want to be surrounded by girls too. Hearing my teammates' voices, I glanced over and saw the vice-captain, the captain, and Shuto watching me with envious looks. Shifting my gaze, I spotted Shuto in a similar situation, surrounded by girls. Well, for Shuto, this was nothing new. He'd probably shoo them away himself anyway, so that wasn't my concern. But why me too? Up until now, only 3 or 4 girls would come talk to me after a game. Thank you for your support. Since they had been cheering for me, I decided to at least express my gratitude. The moment I did, high-pitched squeals erupted around me, which honestly freaked me out a little. Seriously, what am I supposed to do here? Everyone, my apologies. He's tired, so could you please let him go? As I struggled with the unfamiliar situation, I heard Kuudere-san's voice from behind the girls. Kuudere-san. But perhaps they couldn't bring themselves to oppose Kuudere-san, as the girls suddenly fell silent. With a gentle smile, Kuudere-san spoke again. "Thank you for your support today. You'll have plenty of chances to talk to him at school, so please feel free to approach him there." With a flawless smile that left no room for argument, Kuudere-san effortlessly silenced the crowd. Perhaps not wanting to be disliked by someone as popular as her at school, the girls quietly backed away. Isn't her influence a little too strong? "You're really popular, aren't you?" As the crowd of girls disappeared, Kuudere-san looked up at me with a slightly amused smile. It was so unexpected that I was caught off guard. "It just means you've become a proper star player, Kento-kun. More importantly, your adorable Imuto is waiting for you." Saying that, Kuudere-san deliberately shifted her gaze in a certain direction. Following her lead, I turned to look, and there, peeking out from behind the corner of a building, was Sophia. What is she doing? Looks like she's having trouble coming out because of the crowd. I'll let the coach know, so go to her, okay? I appreciate the concern, but I can talk to her at home. I'm sure there's something you two want to say to each other before the excitement of the game wears off, right? I didn't think there was any real need to talk right now, but Kuudere-san's cheerful smile seemed to carry the unspoken message of stop complaining and just go already, leaving me unable to argue back. So, without protest, I headed toward Sophia. As I reached her, Sophia averted her gaze uneasily, looking unsure of what to do. She seemed awkward. "Thanks for cheering me on. With this, Sophia, you're officially the baseball team's manager." I wasn't sure what was making her hesitate, but to make things easier, I spoke with a smile. Hearing that, her expression softened into one of happiness. She started twirling a strand of her hair between her fingers before slowly opening her mouth. "I should be the one thanking you. This is all thanks to you, Kento-kun. It's because you worked hard, Sophia. I had only helped a little." The reason she was able to join was because of her own hard work. I shouldn't let that go unnoticed. If there hadn't been any unnecessary interference, she would have been able to join the club through her own efforts alone. Can someone just deal with that homeroom teacher already? As I was thinking about Kuzumine-sensei, Sophia suddenly fell silent. She seemed off, restless, even. Would it be better to give her some time? We could always talk at home anyway. Sorry, I have to catch the bus. Let's talk later at home. I turned my back to her. Wait. She grabbed onto my sleeve from behind. Sophia. Surprised that she was holding me back, I turned to look at her. Sophia's face turned bright red, and her teary eyes gazed up at me. I don't want to let my feelings be noticed. So I'll say it in English. Kento-kun, you were really cool today. And knowing that you worked hard for my sake made me really happy. Thank you so much. For some reason, she spoke in English despite not seeming flustered. I understood the thank you at the end, but why English? Sorry, but could you say that in Japanese? Sorry, I can't. Curious about what she had said, I asked, but she simply shook her head with an awkward smile. It seemed she had deliberately spoken in English so I wouldn't understand. Did something happen? Sophia sometimes acted strangely, but today felt different from her usual behavior. When I asked, she simply shrugged. Now that I can be a manager, I feel like I can't hold my emotions back. But more importantly, you have to go, right? She said that and gently pushed my back. This really isn't like her. It's fine, I'm just thinking about what to do for now. I really appreciate everything you've done for me, Kento-kun. Sophia continued speaking as she pushed me forward. I couldn't see her face, but it felt like she was struggling with something again. If something's on your mind, talk to me, okay? I know. Right now, you're the person I rely on the most, Kento-kun. I never expected Sophia, who usually isn't so open, to say something like that. That's exactly why it felt strange, but after hearing her say that much, I couldn't just brush it off. I see. Then feel free to continue relying on me anytime. Yes, I'll do just that. Really, thank you. With those words, she let go of my back. I turned around, wanting to see her expression, but she had already turned away, walking off as if avoiding the crowd. Seriously, what's going on with her? Section. Sophia's point of view. A little over 10 minutes earlier. Congratulations on joining the club, Sophia-chan. After the game ended and Kento-kun spectacularly hit 3 home runs, Nadeshiko-senpai congratulated me. Behind her, the 3 manager girls followed suit, offering their own congratulations one after another. I bowed my head to thank everyone, trying to keep my cool, but inside, I was overjoyed. After all, I had finally become a baseball team manager, something I had once given up on. Of course, I was happy. And more than that, I would now have even more time to spend with Kento-kun. That alone was enough to make my heart race. From now on, our bond would grow even stronger. By the way, I didn't really get a chance to bring this up earlier, so I might as well say it now. While I was silently celebrating inside with my usual composed expression, Nadeshiko-senpai suddenly brought up something in a scary way. At this point, what was she going to say? Our baseball club has a no-dating policy. Are you sure you're okay with that? Ha! For a moment, I couldn't understand what she had just said. Did I mishear her? I must have misheard, right? I could feel the sweat trickling down my back as I desperately prayed that I had misheard. But, you see, since our baseball team is really strong, there are players who aim to be professionals in the future. Because of that, some girls try to become managers just to get close to them. Yeah. And since that could lead to unnecessary drama, the rule has been in place for a long time. It's actually a pretty well-known fact at school. Kuudere is really popular, but there aren't many girls who aim to be managers because of that rule. Well, for us, we figured that if we got close as managers and built a connection, we'd have a better chance once they retired, so we went for it. The 3 manager girls chimed in from behind Nadeshiko-senpai, hitting me with a harsh dose of reality. What is this? No one told me about this. This is literally the first time I'm hearing about it. And if it's so famous, Why have I not heard of it? Speaking of which, what happens if someone breaks the rule? With my throat dry, I somehow managed to squeeze out a question to Nadeshiko-senpai. If you break the rule, both the player and the manager have to leave the team. But as long as you're not officially dating, it's fine to hang out and stuff. Nadeshiko-senpai added that as if to soften the blow. It did not soften the blow at all. You've got to be kidding me. I had always dreamed of being the baseball team's manager, and I had been waiting for this moment for so long. But now, after joining, there's a no dating rule. Does that mean if I want to be a manager, I can't date Kento-kun? I suddenly felt the overwhelming urge to withdraw from the team immediately. But of course, after working so hard and receiving so much support from various people, especially from the person I loved, I couldn't just quit now. More than that, now that I had finally gotten my hopes up, there was no way I could give up on joining so easily. So at the very least, why is this happening to me? I could only scream inside my heart. Yeah, I wanted to cry. End of Volume 2.